Chapter 697. However, even if he knew that the black mask represented a strange and ominous thing, he would not accept it. There was no reason for Yama to refuse. After a brief moment of silence, he put on the black mask. The next moment, an inexplicable and strange aura appeared on his body, as if there was a hazy black light circling around him. He looked like a peerless war immortal who had killed his way through the underworld. "Ah, ere greets my lord." This aura changed very quickly. In just a breath, Yama's expression had returned to normal, and he bowed respectfully to Gu Changa. Compared to his appearance just now, he was like a completely different person. At this time, even the subordinates who were most familiar with him would find it hard to imagine that this person was the fourth palace master they were loyal to, the second strongest expert of hell, an invincible existence of the immortal realm. Speaking of which, Ada is only a quasi-emperor now. It just so happens that the scattered origins of this collapsed world can help him break through. He looked at Aer, who was standing respectfully behind him and was as silent as a demonic mountain. Gu Changa smiled faintly and thought of Ada, who had taken the initiative to submit to him at the bottom of the demon burial abyss. Compared to Aer, Ada was born from the aura of a drop of the demon lord's true blood. Therefore, as long as Gu Changa did not die, Ada was almost immortal. He would not fall and had no natural enemies. There were many benefits to this. However, Ada's progress was still too slow. He still had the strength of a quasi-emperor. This time, countless experts had died in the encirclement of hell, and even some who had achieved the Tao were not spared. In Gu Changa's opinion, the scattered origins of various worlds could help Ada break through the shackles of his cultivation. Then Gu Changa sent a thought to Ada, asking him to find the right time to break through. It would not be long before the dark heavenly court reappeared, and Gu Changa was currently lacking people. If the Hall Masters of Hell were to submit, Gu Changa would naturally spare their lives and not erase their consciousnesses. The strongest expert of Hell seems to be the most mysterious Lord of Hell. But he still hasn't shown himself? What is he waiting for? Gu Changa glanced at the ruins of the broken world before him, then took a step forward and quickly disappeared. The ancient Kanglin realm had been reduced to ashes during the battle between Yama and him. It had been drowned in the boundless chaos. Only a few broken world barriers were left floating in the void. It looked like an ancient world that had collapsed and decayed and had lost all vitality a long time ago. However, there was one thing that Gu Changa still couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, the foundation of hell should not be weaker than any of the imperishable sects. However, when he attacked the fourth hall, he did not find any trace of a foundation, although a remnant immortal was already comparable to any foundation. However, the empty fourth hall still made Gu Changa feel that things were a little strange. Speaking of which, the fourth palace of hell should be the strongest of the 10 great palaces. Yet, it doesn't even have an immortal artifact to suppress its foundation. Rumor has it that countless years ago, a great change happened to hell. It was originally called the Underworld, but in order to avoid the taboos of the unseen, it had no choice but to change its name to hell. Could it be that hell's foundation was lost in that great change? Gu Changa raised her eyebrows slightly. Thinking of this possibility, she was a little thoughtful. However, he did not ask Aer. Since it involved taboos, it was something that could not be said. There were too many things that could not be said in this world. It was as if there was a strange and unknown power controlling all of this. Before the Forbidden Era, the immortal region and the upper realm were not separated. The immortal palaces ruled the heavens, and the immortals looked down on everything from high above. Their lifespans were almost endless, and they were immortal. At that time, too many unimaginable lives and existences were born. After the immortal ancient era, the laws of heaven and earth were incomplete, and the Tao was vague. Life and matter were not as common as before. Therefore, if one wanted to extend their life, they had to do everything they could to delay the passing of life. However, in the unseen world, there were still the laws of the Forbidden Era that affected this world. In the depths of the broken starry sky, the remnants of the fourth hall fled in all directions, trying to go to other ancient realms to find the other hall, masters of hell, and seek protection. Their faces were full of despair and fear. Even the invincible fourth hall master was defeated, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Guchanga's strength was beyond their imagination. Even now, that terrifying aura still remained in everyone's hearts, making them tremble. We are too weak. We don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle, let alone help the fourth hall master. The fourth hall will no longer exist from today onwards. Some of the fourth hall's elders were full of grief. They had personally witnessed the scene of the ancient realm being torn apart by Guchanga's sword. Countless heavenly fire meteors fell like a world-ending catastrophe, destroying everything. Even the many runes that the fourth hall had inscribed over countless years collapsed under the aura that soared into the sky, scattering like a torrent. Guchanga was too strong. Just the wisp of aura he emitted suppressed everyone, making them unable to move, and their bodies were about to collapse. We don't know whether the fourth hall master is dead or alive. The only thing we can do now is to find the other hall masters and tell them everything. Otherwise, when Guchanga finds the location of the other realms, it will be too late. A few of the Dao achievers who had suffered heavy Dao injuries looked behind them with a solemn expression. They were the remaining ancient existences of the fourth hall other than the hall master, and their cultivation was also unfathomable. However, in the battle between Guchanga and the fourth hall master just now, just being brushed by the aftermath caused their bodies to explode, causing blood to spurt out, and their Dao achievers to suffer heavy injuries. This made them feel shocked and terrified. Was there really anyone in the upper realm who could be Guchanga's opponent? However, just as they were talking, in the depths of the distant stars, several terrifying auras rose. A vast black fog swept in from all directions. Several figures dressed in black, whose faces could not be seen, clearly appeared in the surroundings. Dao achievers. When the remaining subordinates of the fourth hall master of hell saw this scene, their expressions could not help but become solemn as they felt an extremely dangerous aura. And there are quite a lot of them. The few Dao achievers of the fourth hall felt their hearts sink. They looked at each other and saw the worry and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Their Dao achievers were injured, and they were no longer at their peak. The few Dao achievers in front of them had auras that were no weaker than when they were at their peak. If a great battle broke out, they would definitely not be a match for them. The fourth hall master has surrendered. If you don't want to die, obediently bind your hands and feet and follow us back. You may still have a chance to live. Just as the remaining members of the fourth hall were waiting vigilantly, the few Dao achievers in black who appeared in front of them had already spoken. Their voices were cold and emotionless, as if there was no trace of emotion. They were the Dao achievers' puppets sent by Guchanga. They were more than enough to deal with the remaining members of hell. Chapter 698. Hearing this, the remaining members of the fourth palace were stunned. They could not believe what they had just heard. Many people felt their heads buzzing, as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. The fourth palace master had surrendered? How was that possible? As one of the oldest existences in hell, the fourth palace master had unparalleled cultivation. Even the most mysterious lord of hell had to show him some respect. In their opinion, the fourth palace master could die in battle or be defeated, but he would never surrender. Such a person was indomitable and would rather die than submit. His heart was higher than the sky. How could he choose to submit to Guchanga? Impossible. No matter how strong Guchanga is, even if he can defeat the fourth palace master, he can never make the fourth palace master surrender. The confidants of the fourth palace master, Yama, could not believe what they had just heard. Their voices were trembling. Many of them felt as if the sky had collapsed. Their belief in invincibility was crumbling bit by bit. If you don't believe me, you can try. Let's see if you can escape alive today." The several enlightened beings in black stood at the edge of the starry sky with cold eyes. Their bodies emitted a monstrous pressure that almost caused the sky to collapse. They were just puppets without emotions. They could only follow Guchanga's orders. Therefore, if this group of people dared to have any thoughts of resistance, they would be facing a thunderous attack from them. "Impossible. Let's fight them. The fourth palace master will never surrender. He must be recuperating somewhere. Once his injuries are healed, the fourth palace master will summon us again." Some people could not believe what they had just heard. They roared and charged forward. They burned their blood essence, and their bodies seemed to be ignited by flames. Although they came from the kingdom of assassins, they were not focused on survival. At this point, their only thought was to fight to the death with their opponents. They had no regrets, even if they died. Seeing this, the others hesitated for a moment. Then, they also charged forward to fight the enlightened beings in front of them. How stupid! The enlightened beings in black looked on coldly. They were not moved at all. They raised their palms and pressed down. The entire sky seemed to have become something in their palms. They slowly pressed down. Countless bloody mists exploded in the area once again. Over the next few days, the halls of hell in the other realms were attacked by various forces. At a time like this, even those who had attained the Tao would find it difficult to protect themselves. In the end, they could only flee with serious injuries. However, it wouldn't be long before his enemies would find him. They would either be captured and suppressed or perish. At this point, even the hall masters of hell were powerless to reverse the situation. They could only watch as the experts of Earth Prison were harvested like weeds and fell all over the battlefield. This was an incomparably tragic battle. The world was dyed in a blood-red color. The ancient realm collapsed and corpses drifted about. Skeletal remains and ancient warship wreckage could be seen everywhere. Hell had paid the heaviest price in countless years. The various ancient realms that were hidden in the dark were completely destroyed, uprooted. Of course, what caught the attention of the various orthodoxies was the foundation of hell. Even when the various halls were destroyed, no one from hell had been invited out. In the eyes of many supreme beings, this was extremely strange. After all, in terms of age, hell didn't lose out to most orthodoxies in the upper realms. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have no foundation. But until now, even after the fall of the Hall Masters, hell hadn't brought out a single immortal artifact. Even if it was a Tao attainment artifact, it was still very rare. In the depths of the sky outside the 100 Realms battlefield, a dense fog shrouded the ancient warships. A few blurry and tall figures stood there, like ancient demonic mountains that would never be destroyed. They came from various imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies in the upper realms. All of them were Tao attainment experts. Could it be that hell doesn't have a foundation? Or are they playing tricks? Looking at the ruins of the ancient realm, a terrifying figure, shrouded in red light, slowly spoke. Endless lightning seemed to intertwine around his body. His voice was cold and filled with cold killing intent. He had an unresolvable hatred for hell. When he was still young, the strongest prodigy of his clan, his elder brother, was assassinated by the underworld. Later, it was said that his skull was made into a wine cup and placed in hell. This time, in order to suppress hell, he personally resurrected himself to find his elder brother's remains. Unfortunately, even after searching through all the halls of hell, he still couldn't find the legendary palace where the skulls and skeletons of the ancestors of various races were stored. He suspected that hell had other strongholds. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention, this was a country of assassins that had existed since ancient times. All the hall masters of hell have been killed. Only a few people escaped. It doesn't seem like they still have some tricks up their sleeves. On the contrary, the Lord of Hell hasn't shown any trace of him until now. Even after witnessing hell's destruction, I still haven't heard any news about him. Could it be that the Lord of Hell has already passed away? The other ancient existences here whispered. They were still quite afraid of the Lord of Hell. However, they were also very cautious. They didn't really go deep into hell and only sent an army to kill him. Every Tao enlightened cultivator who had reached this stage cherished their lives. He wouldn't risk his life for no benefit at all. By the way, where is Gu Changa now? Logically speaking, since he wants to destroy hell, it's impossible for him to be indifferent to the whereabouts of the Lord of Hell. Suddenly, someone thought of this and couldn't help but ask. During this time, we haven't heard any news about him. It's said that the fourth hall of hell was destroyed by him alone. Another Tao attainment expert spoke slowly. As he opened and closed his eyes, the terrifying scene of the universe opening was playing out. The hall master of the fourth hall, known as the second most powerful person in hell, is now unknown. I'm afraid that he has been killed by Gu Changa. The few Tao attainment experts here all had their own guesses. They were extremely afraid of Gu Changa. Early on, when they were conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions, Gu Changa had displayed strength that could crush ordinary Tao attainment experts. In just a few short years, Gu Changa's strength had become more and more unfathomable. It was an unbelievable miracle that they couldn't understand at all. No matter what, Gu Changa has already made many people afraid of him. After the matter in hell is settled, I'm afraid that someone will make a move on him next. We just need to watch the show. The fog was heavy, and a cold laugh that made one's eardrums hurt echoed in this universe. In fact, this was already a tacit agreement between the various imperishable orthodoxies. As great ancestor-level figures, they had naturally heard the news long ago. Although the longevity Gu clan had kept a low profile in recent years, their foundation was definitely not to be underestimated. The battle that destroyed the Purple Mansion a few years ago had alarmed the entire upper realm. Later on, when they were conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions, the longevity Gu clan also had a remnant immortal-level ancestor appear. However, no matter how strong the longevity Gu clan was, could they be enemies with so many imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects in the upper realm? Broken bones stained with blood splattered everywhere, and flesh turned into mud. This was a terrifying battlefield. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, making one feel nauseous and palpitating. Wails filled the air. In the blood-stained scene, corpses fell into piles of corpses one after another. Killing and terrifying battles were everywhere. It was not an exaggeration to say that rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses were piled up. This was the ancient world where the third hall of hell was located. At the same time, it was also hell's last place of defense. The majestic army of various races and forces descended. They drove ancient warships, tore through the sky, and fought from the outer space. There were traces of great battles along the way. All the cultivators and living beings were fighting, regardless of life or death. At this time, even supreme beings and quasi-emperors were fighting until their eyes turned red, their bodies were covered in blood, and their bodies were broken. Terrifying fluctuations surged like a vast ocean, rushing towards the world in all directions, shattering everything, turning them into ashes. Today, hell will be destroyed here. No one can stop this. A giant surging with golden light stood between heaven and earth. His voice rang out like a bell, intimidating all directions. Under his strike, the golden fist seemed to have penetrated this decaying world, causing all the corpses and blood mist to collapse into ashes. The living beings and cultivators in front of him all exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. This was the supreme being of the Golden Ancient God Clan. His chi and blood overflowed into the sky like an unparalleled furnace. Just a wisp of fluctuation was enough to crush everything. He looked at the bloody scene in front of him, continuously punching down, fighting desperately with the supreme being of hell. His expression did not change at all, and there was no mercy or sympathy. All the experts who had come here were like evil spirits from another country of death. They showed no mercy to the assassins of hell. It could be said that they hated them to the bone, and there was an irreconcilable hatred. This was already the seventh ancient world that they had destroyed. In the past, the various assassin organizations ran rampant in the world, killing countless heaven's prides. But today, they finally suffered retribution and ushered in the day of destruction. In the sky above, ancient warships rumbled as they pressed down, covering the sky and covering the sun. A majestic aura descended from them. Guchanga stood on the ancient warship and looked down at the scene below with a calm expression on his face. Although hell was destroyed because of him, he would not feel any psychological burden. After all, hell could only blame itself for blocking his path. Now, in the third palace, the only higher-ups left are the palace masters, Mengpa, and the others. I wonder if the Lord of Hell is in the third palace now. Bai Lian stood behind Guchanga, looking at the scene in front of her with eyes full of ambition. Boom! On the ancient warship, beams of divine light shot out, and layers of great Tao runes shrouded it, turning into the light of the god of death, reaping all the lives below. Altar. Chapter 699. It seems that the Lord of Hell still has no intention of showing himself. Guchanga glanced at the ancient world that was filled with blood and slaughter and scanned it with his divine sense. With the exception of a few who had perished and been executed, the rest of the 10 hall masters of hell had all submitted to him without exception. Apart from them, there were a few who were too arrogant and would rather die than submit. In the end, Guchanga erased their consciousnesses and turned them into puppets. He had gained a lot from this battle to destroy hell, and the number of Tao masters under him had increased by several folds. After absorbing many broken essences, Ada was still one step away from becoming a Tao master. However, Guchanga gave him a strand of true blood, which helped him break through the shackles. Of course, in Guchanga's opinion, the most important thing was to clear hell out of the way. As for Fudu, that was not part of Guchanga's consideration. Once hell was destroyed, Fudu was no longer a concern. This will be hell's last resistance. Today we will destroy hell. The ancient warship rumbled past. Many of the orthodoxy's flags fluttered in the wind as they unfurled in the void, emitting a biting cold intent. Everyone roared and charged forward, turning into an invincible torrent that shook heaven and earth and swept across all directions. The terrifying energy was like a dam bursting, surging and unimaginable. Hell's destruction was inevitable, and that was the consensus of almost all cultivators. At this point, 9 of the 10 halls of hell had been destroyed, and only the 3rd hall was still resisting. However, it was true that all of hell's remaining experts were gathered here. Even if you can destroy us, you will pay a heavy price today. 540 supreme beings stood in front of the collapsed ancient world, looking coldly at the ancient warships descending from the sky. They were the backbone of hell's forces, and the strongest after the Tao Masters and Boundary Emperors. In the face of the divine light falling from the sky, countless experts stepped forward. They roared angrily, taking a step forward, their bodies releasing endless radiance. Although they were assassins, they were still courageous and would not surrender easily. Millions and millions of divine lights bloomed and interweaved here, like extremely dazzling fireworks. Small worlds were annihilated one after another, vanishing without a sound. In the depths of the heavens, the weapons of those who achieved the Tao floated up and down like suns. Endless strands of chaotic energy descended, crushing down on everything. This was a great battle that was desperate to the extreme. Blood and bones blossomed, turning into a surging sea of blood. The terrifying smell of blood mixed together was enough to make an ordinary person faint from fright. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens, shaking up this entire cosmos. Large amounts of great armies slaughtered their way over, entering the heart of this realm. None of the assassins were able to escape. This was a battle to the death. The orthodoxies of the upper realm were determined to destroy hell and uproot the dark nation. The flames of war reached the heavens, and blood dyed the earth. This world began to collapse, and the barrier between realms shattered. Countless cracks appeared. Although this world was ancient, it couldn't withstand the shockwaves of so many experts fighting, and was already on the verge of destruction. Rest in peace, ancestors. Today we will destroy hell and bring back your corpses so that their souls can rest in peace. Among the conquerors, many people's eyes were bloodshot. They kept shouting, wanting to vent their hatred towards hell. Not only their ancestors, but even their relatives had also suffered from hell's evil schemes. To hell, they didn't care about morality. As long as they could afford to pay the price, they would even kill their own brothers and fathers. Many of the orthodoxies and sects that killed each other actually had the shadow of hell behind them. To the upper realm, countries of assassins like Hell and Futu were actually malignant tumors that should have been removed long ago. Countless cultivators and living beings hated these two forces to the core. Shouts of war shook the heavens, and terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions. All the divine islands, mountains, and ancient palaces were crushed and quickly collapsed. How could the current hell resist such a terrifying army of the upper realm? This world was trembling. Hundreds of millions of great armies were galloping, trampling across the sky. They were like celestial soldiers and generals or hell soldiers. They were unstoppable. Hell's assassins were roaring and killing, harvesting like weeds. They didn't look like living beings at all, but more like weeds. Under the heavy cavalry of the great army, they fell in batches and died. Who is this hell? At that moment, Guchanga, who was high in the sky, suddenly noticed a tall figure walking out from the deepest part of this world. He asked with some interest, "Sir, this is the third hall master of hell." A hall master, who surrendered behind him, explained respectfully, "The third hall master of hell? The only hall master left?" Guchanga was a little curious. Things had already come to this, so why was the third hall master still holding on? Could it be that hell still had some tricks up its sleeve? Was it hoping for the Lord of Hell to make a move? Or was it still hiding something? The moment the third hall master of hell appeared, a dazzling light suddenly gushed out from his hand. An unparalleled aura appeared, like an eternal and indestructible divine cloud that pierced through the sky and connected to the deepest part of the universe. Boom! 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 Pieces of divine light flew up, and Taoist marks appeared. The aura was vast and boundless, as if a small world was erupting. The energy was monstrous, dazzling, and blinding. The true palm world, the refined, small world of gods. Guchanga raised his eyebrows. In this world, there were still traces of the small world of gods. This was beyond his expectations. After all, this kind of God was not the God who had ignited the divine fire in the future. Instead, it was an innate God, a true God whose cultivation surpassed that of an enlightened God. From a certain point of view, the small world of gods was so sturdy that it was beyond imagination. It could even evolve into a divine country. As long as the god did not fall, this divine country would not decay and exist forever. This was actually similar to Guchanga's current inner universe. And once the third palace master brought out the true world in his palm, the collapsing ancient world seemed to have become much more stable. It was as if there was some kind of power and rule that was slowly seeping in and mending the broken cracks. A strange and holy aura appeared between heaven and earth. A rain of light sprinkled down, blooming from an unknown void. It spread into blood-red vines that seemed to be absorbing the blood and origin of all places. The aura of this world has changed. Could this be hell's last resort? You want to lure everyone here so you can catch a turtle in a jar? Catching everyone in one fell swoop? Sensing this scene, Guchanga frowned slightly, and a subtle sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He felt that he seemed to have underestimated hell's ruthlessness. In some ways, hell's actions were actually the same as his thoughts. What happened? Why do I feel like the aura of this world has changed? The rules of heaven and earth are not as clear as before. At this moment, the enlightened gods of the various orthodoxies who had been standing in the depths of the sky and had not made a move all felt that something was wrong. Their expressions changed slightly, and they sent out their divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, trying to find the source of this strange aura. Many of the armies that were fighting were also forced to stop. They felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Every inch of the void around them seemed to have turned into a thick pool of blood. It was thick and bloody and filled with an oppressive aura. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of useless smart alecks. Do you really think that numbers are enough? Today, all of you will be buried with hell. Do you really think that we have been lying low for so many years and were not prepared for this day? What a joke. Even if you destroy hell, there will be a second and third hell after that. We can't kill all of you. You are just being used by Guchanga. Do you really think that the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion has nothing to do with him? If you destroy hell, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion will soon become the second. A bunch of laughable idiots. In the Supreme Palace, in the deepest part of hell, cold laughter rang out, and it swept across the surroundings like a huge bell. Apart from the third hall master, the rest of the enlightened gods also showed themselves at this time. There were not many of them, but each of them was filled with a terrifying, murderous aura. They were like the masters of darkness, cold and terrifying, as if they had slaughtered hundreds of millions of people. They glanced at the many orthodoxies armies in this world, and their eyes were full of undisguised mockery. Hell was originally no different from an ordinary ancient world. However, when fresh blood and heroic souls were spilled on every inch of the void and land, the ancient sacrificial runes engraved in this world were ignited. The third hallmaster's true palm world did not belong to anyone else. It belonged to the most mysterious Lord of Hell. When the true palm world overlapped with this ancient world completely, the life and death of all living beings who stepped into this world would be decided by the Lord of Hell. This was the reason why Hell dared to make all the orthodoxies pay such a heavy price. The Lord of Hell was a true ancient deity who had lived from the ancient past until now. Chapter 700. This sudden scene caused all the orthodoxies to fall into a state of shock and fear. Everyone noticed that the laws of heaven and earth in this world were changing. Rays of crimson light shot up from all corners of the world, piercing through the heavens and connecting with the dark clouds everywhere. It was as heavy as a tidal wave. It was as if there was some kind of horrifying power seeping into the world, causing many people to be unable to move. Even those who had achieved Tao were affected. Their expressions changed drastically as they felt that the vast sea of mana in their bodies had stagnated and was no longer circulating like before. This is not good. Hell has already set up an ancient formation, waiting for us to step into this world and sacrifice enough living beings before activating it. When that time comes, I'm afraid that everyone will die here and be buried with Hell. Seeing this, the expressions of the older generation, who were well versed in the art of formations, changed drastically. They soon saw what the crimson light that lit up the world was. It was a type of sacrificial incantation from ancient times. It contained a mysterious power that could change the world. With so many sacrificial incantations lit up at the same time, the entire world would become one with the sacrificial incantations. The consequences were unimaginable. Guchanga was also paying attention to all of this. Compared to everyone's worries, compared to the others, he wanted to see the Lord of Hell at this moment. Judging from the true world in a palm controlled by the third hallmaster, the Lord of Hell obviously had a great background. He had been around for an unimaginable amount of time. If the laws of heaven and earth allowed it, his cultivation base would definitely surpass those who had achieved Tao and even reached the immortal state. If the Lord of Hell is really an ancient deity, then his origin would be of great use to me. It might even help me break through to the later stage of the Nirvana Tao realm. Guchanga's gaze was slightly moved. He looked at the depths of hell, intending to wait for the Lord of Hell to appear. He knew that hell had no way out now that things had developed to this stage. The only way was to destroy all of the invading armies. All the orthodoxies would suffer great losses and lose a lot of blood. Therefore, the Lord of Hell would definitely not be able to hold himself back at the last moment. He would either find a way to escape or attack. Could this be Hell's plan? The expressions of the many who had achieved Tao also changed. They were very knowledgeable, so they naturally knew the terrifying consequences of this. When that time came, not only the armies behind them, but even they would die here. Dang! Right at this moment, the terrifying sound of a bell rang out from a palace in the depths of hell. A long bronze bell appeared, reverberating for millions of miles. All of a sudden, the entire world was filled with murderous aura. Then the sword aura crisscrossed. Billions of sword lights covered the sky and covered the earth as they slashed in this direction. Pooh! The imperishable sect called Purple Cloud Valley was the first to be affected. Several warships, hovering in the sky, suddenly turned into fine powder. All the experts inside didn't even have time to scream before they exploded into a bloody mist. Chi! The sword Chi swept over, destroying everything in its path. Multicolored light streaked across the sky. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, their bodies were aching. Their soul lights were swaying as if they were going to be annihilated here. Not good! The expression of the enlightened one from Purple Cloud Valley changed abruptly. Just as he was about to intervene, he felt a terrifying divine will lock onto him. The laws of order in the surroundings seemed to have transformed into divine chains that intertwined with each other, transforming into a giant, invisible net that firmly locked him in all directions. You still want to make a move? Do you want to die? A enlightened one from hell stared at him. With a flash, he crossed an innumerable distance and appeared in front of the enlightened one from Purple Cloud Valley. The two of them quickly engaged in a fierce battle. When they raised their palms, a vast amount of laws surged out. It was enough to crush any living being into minced meat and destroy both their bodies and souls. However, at that moment, the world was enveloped by a hazy blood-red light. The third palace master controlled the true world. With an aloof expression, he began to focus on dealing with everyone. Streaks of terrifying sword radiance fell from the sky, turning large swaths of cultivators into ashes. Whoosh! A shocking blade ray slashed down from the distance. A enlightened one from hell had also joined the battle. The blade ray was like an entire universe crashing down and sweeping through everything. For countless years, no one had ever barged into the depths of hell and forced it into such a state. And on that day, everyone saw the terror of hell. The awakened bronze bell was a broken immortal artifact. There was an invincible god sleeping within it. A matchless aura filled the air, and its mighty pressure alone was enough to crush everything. Tragedy after tragedy played out everywhere. Even though the infernal realm was no longer glorious, it was still shocking. Everywhere was filled with killing intent. No matter who attacked, they would have to pay the price in blood. Most importantly, the Lord of Hell had yet to appear. He had only brought out the true world in his palm and let the third palace master control it. From there he could control and fuse with the true world and kill everyone. At this time, even an accomplished Tao master wouldn't be able to escape from this world. The true palm-sized world was the divine country of a true ancient deity. Once one entered this world, it meant that one's life and death would be firmly controlled by that god, and no one could avoid it. After all, the true palm-sized world had yet to completely fuse with this true world. The Tao enlightened cultivators from various factions of power were already having a hard time returning to their previous peak. Begging for fresh flowers, zero boom. This final battle was unavoidable. With the support of the power of heaven and earth in this world, the people of hell became even more bloodthirsty. They killed all the invaders without any regard for their own lives. Soon, Guchanga noticed that the third palace master, who had been casting the true world in his palm all this while, had suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? He was slightly surprised. He took a step forward, and the space around him became blurry. He instantly followed the third palace master. The laws of the world in this world were not strong enough to affect him. Even if the Lord of Hell personally controlled the divine country, the result would be the same. On the other hand, Guchanga had a method to affect the environment around him. Even an accomplished Tao master would not be able to discover his tracks. In the deepest part of hell, the color of desolation was terrifying. Black fog flowed slowly in the world. Deathly stillness and coldness were eternal themes. There was not a single sound in this place. It was as if it was an eternal land of death. The third palace master passed through many seals and runes to arrive at this place. He was kneeling in front of a palace. His face was slightly pale. Controlling the true world in his palm was still too strenuous for him. It required him to use up a large amount of his mind and magic power. Although he was not completely exhausted, it was clear that he would not be able to last much longer. How is it? In truth, there was another person in the palace. It was a rather handsome young man. He was dressed in black, and there was a purple vertical eye at the center of his brows that was tightly shut. He looked at the third palace master who had rushed over and could not help but ask. His tone was filled with urgency. If other people from hell were here, they would discover that this person was a palace master who had disappeared since the start of the war. He was the only disciple of the Lord of Hell that all the higher-ups of hell knew about. However, the third palace master knew more. He knew that the person before him was not simply the Lord of Hell's disciple. He was the Lord of Hell's son. Many times, when he came here to visit the Lord of Hell, it was the black-robed man before him who had met him. Even the true world in his palm was given to him by the black-robed man. This made the third palace master slightly worried. He was afraid that something had happened to the Lord of Hell and that he might have already passed away. I've already delayed a lot of time and intimidated quite a number of people. After a moment of silence, the third palace master looked at the deepest part of the palace with a complicated gaze. P.S. Over this period of time, I've been distracted by my emotions. I haven't been in the right state. From tomorrow onwards, I'll put all my time and energy into writing and try to get back to 10,000 chapters. 2. Chapter 701. The black-clothed man had a handsome face and a tall figure. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows gave off an oppressive aura. Only for a while. The black-clothed man muttered to himself. His name was Ching Luo, and he was indeed the direct descendant of the Lord of Hell. In terms of background, Greenshire's background was definitely superior to that of countless other living beings. Even the descendants of those who had attained the Tao were far inferior. In ancient myths and legends, innate gods meant that they were born with a complete set of divine rules. He was born as a god, and his magic power was overwhelming. Originally, Ching Luo did not belong to this world. However, many years ago, he accidentally broke free from the seal of the celestial origin and had been quietly cultivating in hell ever since. Only a few people in hell knew about Ching Luo, and coincidentally, the third palace master was one of them. This time, hell had suffered a great calamity, and only one of the 10 halls remained. Now it was barely hanging on, and it was on the verge of collapse. The third palace master had also fallen into despair. He planned to surrender like the other palace masters, but then he suddenly thought of Ching Luo. As the son of the Lord of Hell, he should know the fate of the Lord of Hell. For so many years, other than the mysterious fourth hall master, Yama, almost no one had seen the true face of the Lord of Hell. Even the third palace master, who had lived for a long time, was the same. Therefore, he suspected that the Lord of Hell was still alive. Was he immortalized, or was he in seclusion? When the third palace master asked Ching Luo about this matter, Ching Luo didn't know either. He only said that he could sense his father's aura. However, Qing Luo had no idea where the Lord of Hell was. That was why Greenshore wanted to see if he could get in touch with that father of his. However, the process of contacting the Lord of Hell was very complicated and would take a very long time. This was because the Lord of Hell's aura was not here. In Qing Luo's perception, it was an eternally empty dimension. There was an endless distance between the upper realm and the upper realm, as if there was a long river of time in between. However, the armies of the various orthodoxies from the upper realm had already arrived. The only way was to delay them as much as possible. In the end, he could even summon an avatar of the Lord of Hell to kill all his enemies. Once a true innate God had transcended this world, he would no longer be bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Even those who had attained the Tao were just slightly larger ants in front of it. How much longer will it take? The third palace master was silent for a moment before he asked. He swallowed a lot of longevity fruits that could help him recover his vitality. When one reached the peak of the Tao attainment realm, ordinary divine medicines would no longer be able to help them. Now, activating the true world in a palm required an enormous amount of energy. He needed to use his life essence to support it. Even he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on. I don't know. I've already ignited the sacrificial text my father left behind. If he can sense this world, he should be able to see it. I was too incompetent and couldn't protect the foundation left behind by my father. When he reached the end of his sentence, he was also in great pain. He had originally thought that after he broke out of the divine origin, he would not be able to do anything, not to mention looking down on the past and present, or looking down on all of eternity. But it was definitely not a problem for them to sweep through the current era. But who would have thought that Gu Changa would appear, and with his strength alone, he would almost destroy the entire hell? Qing Luo was very clear about the background and strength of the fourth palace master. Now, even the fourth palace master's fate was unknown. It was very likely that he had been killed by Gu Changa. How could he be a match for him? Then I'll continue to delay. I hope the Lord of Hell hasn't abandoned us yet. The third palace master sighed and looked at the ancient platform in the depths of the hall. Divine light shone from it, and ancient and dazzling runes of the great Tao flickered as if they were communicating with an unknown world. Once he finished speaking, he planned to turn around and leave to continue activating the true world in a palm. But at that moment, the third palace master and Qing Luo both felt something. Their expressions changed, and a chill ran down their spines. It was as if there was a pair of eyes watching their every move. The two of them couldn't help but look at the entrance of the hall. A man in black clothes was slowly walking over with an interested expression. At that moment, the third palace master's entire body trembled. It was as if the top of his head had been lifted. An endless amount of cold water poured down on him, making him feel terrified and terrified. Gu Changa! He didn't expect that Gu Changa would be able to follow them all the way here without them noticing. After all, the Lord of Hell had personally laid down the seal in this place. Even those who had achieved Tao wouldn't dare to casually step into it. Even if someone led the way, it was easy to trigger the seal and be discovered by the people inside. What a pity! So the Lord of Hell isn't in this world. Gu Changa didn't care about the third palace master and Qing Luo's terrified expressions. He shook his head with slight regret. He naturally heard the conversation between the two of them. It was just that he hadn't shown himself yet. When did you follow us here? The third palace master asked sternly as he stared at Gu Changa with great wariness. Gu Changa glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Qing Luo. The son of the Lord of Hell? Is this the pure aura of a god? He asked with a smile. In Qing Luo's eyes, it was as if he was sizing up some prey. It was casual and calm, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. As a true innate god, Qing Luo had never been insulted like this before. His expression darkened. However, considering the huge difference in strength between the two of them, he calmed himself down. He said coldly, Gu Changa, since you followed us all the way here, I'll be honest with you. My father isn't in the upper realm now. But I can assure you that my father is still in this world. His aura hasn't disappeared. If you dare to kill me or destroy hell, my father will definitely come for you one day. A true innate God, without the constraints of the heavens and earth's rules, had reached a level that no one knew for sure. That was why Qing Luo was so confident when he said this to Gu Chang'e. You're too cautious. I'm not interested in the current you. Gu Chang'e only shook his head and smiled. There was no anger or change in his expression. What do you mean? Qing Luo was still very cautious. He frowned and asked, You're too weak now. It doesn't make a difference to me whether I kill you or not. Gu Chang'e still smiled faintly, as if he was just stating a simple fact. Anger flashed across Qing Luo's face. He was once again looked down upon by Gu Chang'e, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, Gu Chang'e wasn't wrong about this. He was now only a middle-stage enlightened one, and had yet to stand at the peak of the upper realm. With Gu Chang'e's strength that could kill the fourth Hallmaster, killing him was indeed as easy as killing an ant. Then why do you still want to destroy hell? What's your purpose? Qing Luo asked with a very unpleasant expression. In his opinion, there was no enmity between Gu Chang'e and hell. But all of a sudden, he schemed against the infernal realm and even exposed the infernal realm's hiding place, causing the infernal realm to be killed. It's because we're in his way. The third Hallmaster, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. His tone was full of bitterness and helplessness. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see. Gu Chang'e was the master behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Since he wanted to support the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion and control the Dark Kingdom, then hell and Fudu were thorns in his side, thorns in his flesh. He had to get rid of them. Hell didn't do anything wrong. If it did, it was because it was in Gu Chang'e's way. You're a smart person. Gu Chang'e looked at the third Hallmaster with some approval. Then what do you mean now? Since it doesn't make a difference whether you kill me or not, why are you here? Qing Luo asked coldly. Gu Chang'e walked into the hall and looked at the platform in the deepest part of the hall with a strange expression. Is this the ritual you use to contact the Lord of Hell? It seems that he has found a way to go to the immortal region and disappeared from this world. The third Hallmaster and Qing Luo were not very clear about this. If it was really the legendary immortal region, then why didn't the Lord of Hell leave behind any words? Instead, it was as if he had suddenly passed away. Forget it. It seems that asking you is a waste of time. Gu Chang'e shook his head dispiritedly. He didn't expect the two to know anything about the immortal region. I can spare your lives, but you must do as I say. In other words, we have a deal. Ignoring the shocked expressions on Qing Luo and the third Hallmaster's faces, Gu Chang'e once again smiled and said. Then, when they heard Zero, to Gu Chang'e's words, Qing Luo and the third Hallmaster suddenly widened their eyes. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. The true Palm world is not a simple small world. It contains the power of God's spiritual thought. If you don't have the corresponding cultivation and rules to control it, you will be devoured in the end. The third Hallmaster's voice trembled slightly. He had only controlled the true Palm world for a while, but he already felt that his origin was in a state of depletion. However, Gu Chang'e's plan was even bigger. Although he didn't say what he wanted to do with the true Palm world, the third Hallmaster could already foresee endless blood and slaughter. Are you really going to do this? Qing Luo suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. There was undisguised fear in the depths of his eyes. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, ignoring the two's fear. Of course. Logically speaking, I can't be so ruthless, but there are so many people in the upper realm who want to attack me. How can I not do something? As he said this, Gu Chang'e's eyes became a little deep, as if he could see through everything in the upper realm. During these days, the movements of the various orthodoxies in the upper realm could not be hidden from his eyes. Chapter 702. Hell's last palace was finally breached. Shouts and murderous cries shook the sky, and the battle spread far and wide. Every galaxy was boiling. Powerful cultivators were like trees in a forest, charging and killing. The laws fell like rain. Even supreme beings were quickly drowned in such a battle. The legends of powerful cultivators were easily crushed in such a grand battle. There were no weaklings among all the powerful cultivators. They came from various powerful races, and only quasi-emperors could survive and not be killed by the aftershocks. All the assassins in hell were roaring and using all kinds of methods. They did not care even if they had to die together. However, the armies of the various orthodoxies were too large. They stretched out endlessly, and since ancient times they had attacked from the ships. This world was too big. Even with the true palm-sized world continuously fusing and interfering with the laws of heaven and earth, it could not change the outcome. For many years, there had never been a large-scale battle like this. Even the immortal war between some orthodoxies was not as tragic as this. Human lives were cheaper than grass. Groups of powerful cultivators fell, and blood dyed the world red. This was a doomsday scene. Everyone went crazy. Even those who had achieved the Tao went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they would not stop until they killed their opponents. Boom! However, at that moment, endless runes ignited between heaven and earth. They gushed out endless brilliance and red light that pierced through the sky. It was as if all the laws were linked together. This energy was as vast as a sea of smoke, endless and boundless. It swept over from the deepest part of hell. All the cultivators and living beings could not help but tremble. Their spirits were terrified. What is this aura? Could it be that the Lord of Hell has revived? Many of those who had achieved the Tao immediately felt that something was wrong. Their spirits were swaying. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became extremely solemn as they stared at the deepest part of hell. Fog surged there, as if the chaotic aura that had shrouded it for billions of years had suddenly erupted. An unparalleled aura filled the universe and shattered all the galaxies. An extremely blurry figure slowly appeared. Dong! In his palm there was an endless amount of crimson light intertwining. It was an ancient divine nation that bloomed with billions of rays of light. Compared to when it was in the third hall master's hand, it was tens of millions of times more dazzling. It was like a scorching sun. Terrifying natural laws pervaded the air. Everyone was trembling, about to kneel down under this type of aura. Could it be that the Lord of Hell has been born? This aura is not right. We are definitely not his match. The laws of heaven and earth in this world have changed even more. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to escape. Fear and disbelief surfaced on the faces of the Tao achievers from all over the place. They had never thought that the most mysterious Lord of Hell would be hidden in the deepest part of the Hall of Hell. Seeing this, the experts of Hell couldn't help but cheer, their faces filled with excitement. All despair and defeat were swept away, and it was as if a new life had been ushered in. Is this really the Lord of Hell? However, there were still many people who were secretly suspicious. If the Lord of Hell was still around, how could he only choose to intervene after seeing Hell in such a state? Where did he go? Wasn't he very interested in the mysterious Lord of Hell? Instead, it was Bai Lian who noticed that Gu Chang'e was missing from the ancient worship. Ada, who was usually like a shadow, stood there like a dark iron tower at this moment. This made her doubt the true identity of the Lord of Hell. Kill. Because of the appearance of the Lord of Hell, everyone on the battlefield was momentarily dazed. But soon, everyone was once again caught up in the battle. Rumble. The sky was shaking, the stars were trembling, and the whole world was collapsing. Extreme divine power bloomed, and endless auspicious colors gushed out. The bronze bell that contained the remnant immortal god of Hell was awakening. It pressed down on the end of the sky, pouring down endless splendor and chaotic energy. Each wisp of splendor was extremely heavy and contained power that surpassed that of the Tao achievers. Everyone retreated. Anyone who stood in the way could only die. Under the pressure of this power, even the sub-emperors could only explode and turn into a bloody pulp, unable to withstand a single blow. Wherever the remnant immortal artifact went, no one was a match for it. Buzz! Ancient warships collapsed one after another. Many Tao achievers standing on them couldn't withstand this kind of aura. Blood trickled out from the corners of their mouths. The remnant immortal artifact is under someone's control. It's not awakening on its own like before. The person behind the remnant immortal artifact is definitely not an ordinary Tao achiever. He might really be the Lord of Hell. A female Tao achiever from Purple Cloud Valley looked solemn. She turned around and looked at the space barrier of the lower realm. She felt that the situation was getting worse. If the Lord of Hell hadn't shown up, she still had a chance to lead everyone away. But now even the space barrier had healed. There was a vast and supreme power lingering there. The Tao achievers from the other orthodoxies were also very uneasy. It was rumored that the Lord of Hell was one of the oldest existences in the upper realm. No one could say for sure how terrifying his methods were. In fact, the orthodoxies behind them were also trying to find out whether the Lord of Hell was still alive or not. Kill. However, at this moment the Lord of Hell appeared. Everyone in Hell seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They were fearless and even braver than they were before. At the end of Hell, the figure standing tall in the thick fog was cold and emotionless. He raised his huge palm and slowly pushed it forward. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have become a thing in his palm. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had appeared between heaven and earth, pressing down on the endless army in front of them. Rumble. This was an unparalleled and terrifying power. It was vast and endless. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Chaos surged. Even the Tao achievers felt like they were ants at this moment. It was difficult for them to resist. However, they reacted quickly. They understood that this was the work of the will of heaven and earth. Since the Lord of Hell controlled the divine nation and merged it with this world, he was definitely the owner of this world. In that case, he was definitely the master of this world, and his will was the will of this world. Everyone who resisted the Lord of Hell was defying the will of heaven and earth. They would be suppressed by it. The sky, which was already full of holes, trembled continuously. All the Tao achievers looked serious. They flew forward. Tao principles burned brightly like Wangyang. They wanted to resist this power together. When the remaining Tao achievers of Hell saw this, they also rushed forward and fought with them. An unimaginable battle broke out here. Huge stars were crushed into dust. Ancient warships were destroyed and quickly disintegrated. The divine nation merged with this world. The will of heaven and earth was controlled by the Lord of Hell. He was like the only god in this world. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He stood at the end of the world and swept through everything. His huge palm was boundless. It was as if a huge continent was crashing down. All the rebels were crushed and exploded. A rain of blood filled the sky. Corpses were piled up like 540 mountains. The tragic scene was enough to frighten ordinary cultivators. This war to destroy Hell lasted for a few days. In the end, the Tao achievers of various clans were also exhausted. They had no choice but to use their trump cards. Fortunately, they found that the terrifying figure of the Lord of Hell did not exist. It was as if it was just a Dharma body left behind here. The energy it contained was fading quickly. As long as they could hold on until the end, they could leave this place alive. During this time, they tried to contact the orthodoxies behind them. However, they found out in despair that the world barrier was so strong that it was as if it was made of immortal gold. The news that they were in a desperate situation could not be spread, and the outside world could not know about it. In other words, even if they could kill everyone in Hell, they could only be buried here with Hell in the end. This result was unacceptable to them. I can't accept this. Why did it end up like this? Some of the Tao achievers roared. They were extremely unwilling. They could not hold on any longer. They were already at the end of their rope. Their bodies finally collapsed. They turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. It was like a bloody rain that swept across the entire universe. It was a terrifying scene. Some of the Tao achievers in the distance also cried out in despair. They exploded one after another. They did not hold on until the last moment. There were not many of the mighty army left. There were only a few ancient warships floating in the sky. However, they were also extremely damaged. This war finally came to an end. Hell was almost uprooted. However, all the orthodoxies that came to encircle Hell suffered heavy losses. They were almost completely wiped out. There was nothing left. It could be said that they had lost everything. This news shook the entire upper realm. Chapter 703. It had been passed down for countless years. It once controlled the Dark Nation and caused countless orthodoxies to fall into fear. Today it was finally destroyed. Endless flames of war swept across the land. Everything was in ruins. The entire world was collapsing and decaying. Far too many cultivators and creatures died in this great battle, their bones buried here. Some even had their souls scattered, body and soul erased, nothing left behind. All of the palaces had been destroyed, all of them in ruins. There wasn't the slightest trace of a cultivator to be seen. Hell's remaining cultivators who had attained the Tao had all perished. Not a single one of them survived. In the sky, only a few ancient warships were left. They were stained with blood and looked extremely broken. The survivors looked at all of this in silence. They still had lingering fear in their hearts. From their point of view, if it wasn't for the fact that the final figure left behind by the Lord of Hell couldn't hold on any longer, all of them would have perished here and become part of Hell. The true palm world has been destroyed. All the orthodoxies have paid their due price. At this moment, the surviving cultivators all felt a lingering fear. This battle was truly too terrifying. Just the number of people who had died was already more than 7 or 8. Moreover, they were all ancestors of various imperishable sects. Although they had destroyed Hell, the price they had to pay was simply too great. Many orthodoxies who didn't participate in the final battle rejoiced. They didn't suffer any major losses. On the contrary, they found a lot of precious things when they plundered Hell's realms. There were Taoist books, ancient scriptures, divine materials, immortal medicines, and the wealth that Hell had accumulated over the years. In addition, the ancient realms that Hell occupied were also extremely rare treasures. They were engraved with imperial runes and emperor runes. Their offensive power was monstrous. They could be used to protect the mountains. In the following days, many orthodoxies came to plunder the ruins. They dug 3 feet into the ground and dug out the foundations. Some people found the corpses of their ancestors. Some people also found broken weapons that had the aura of their ancestors. In short, the war had finally come to an end. However, the aftermath of the war didn't stop. In the next half a month, a large number of cultivators appeared outside of the 100 Realms battlefield. Ancient warships streaked across the sky one after another, rumbling as they crushed over, not letting go of a single corner of Hell. The details of the battle were quickly spread to every corner of the upper realm under the discussion of many cultivators. The destruction of Hell was naturally a joyous occasion. However, many orthodoxies were alarmed by this. In this battle, Gu Changa's influence was incomparably far-reaching and terrifying. If it weren't for Gu Changa, it would have been impossible for the various powers to destroy Hell. Moreover, Gu Changa seemed to have known for a long time that Hell still had a trump card, the Lord of Hell, that it had yet to use. In the final battle, if they retreated early, the loss would be so small that it could be described as negligible. Back then, it was Gu Changa who first discovered the Hell's hiding realm, and in the end, it was also him who withdrew first. No one knew why Gu Changa did this. Could it be that he had planted spies in Hell, so he knew every move of Hell? Of course, because of this battle, many people became vigilant towards another assassin organization that rose rapidly in recent years, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Many orthodoxies even felt that the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was actually supported by Guchanga. The upper realm, which had been peaceful for a long time, once again became turbulent because of the destruction of hell. Many older cultivators felt that in the near future, the upper realm would be in complete chaos and endless blood and fire would sweep over. And with the destruction of hell, another ancient assassin organization, Futu, also showed signs of trouble during this time. It was difficult for them to maintain their peace of mind like before. The various orthodoxies were also looking for clues related to Buddha. They planned to destroy Buddha completely, just like how they destroyed hell. Annihilation. Guchanga didn't care much about Futu, because all of this was within his expectations and calculations. After settling the matters in hell, he returned to the Longevity Gu family and began to look for suitable ancient realms to cast his net in advance. As for the first palace master of hell, Qing Luo, and the third palace master, Guchanga didn't kill them. After planting the slave mark and controlling their life and death, he threw all the management tasks to Yinmei and Bai Lianer. Guchanga had not told anyone about the dark celestial court. However, after experiencing the destruction of hell, the originally peaceful environment in the upper realm changed greatly, causing many cultivators to feel uneasy and pray day and night. Those with a strong cultivation base could sense the existence of the dark celestial court. Although they had not completely given up their faith, the thoughts in their hearts were already wavering. In Guchanga's opinion, after the chaos in the upper realm, he could gather more faith and believers. Soon, half a month passed. The date of his wedding with Yumingkong was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Guchanga's usually calm state of mind couldn't help but have some ripples. He sighed softly and put down the jade scroll in his hand. He walked out of the palace and arrived at the peak of a mountain. As far as the eye could see, there are countless islands in the Longevity Gu family, divine mountains and ancient peaks. The territory was vast, and everywhere was shining with divine light and shrouded in celestial fog. It was an immortal paradise. Standing at the peak of the upper realm, overlooking billions of living beings, controlling fate, life and death, immortal and indestructible. And he had almost reached this step, where he could easily destroy billions of miles of mountains and rivers with a word. System, Guchanga's mood was a little uneasy. His eyes gradually deepened, and he called out the system that had been silent for a long time. It was not that he was worried that something would happen to his wedding with Yumingkong, but he suddenly felt that for so long, although he seemed to have endless glory, in fact, he was secretly scheming. It was really difficult for him to feel at ease. He knew that he was once the Devil Lord, and that he was hiding many shocking secrets, including the origin of the system and his identity as a transmigrator. Behind these layers of fog, there were actually too many unsolved mysteries. It was just that he rarely took the initiative to think about these. Now that the wedding date was approaching, even Guchanga felt great waves in his heart and couldn't help but think about these things. He had experienced the most beautiful scenery, but also experienced sleepless nights. Is this to cleanse my Taoist heart? Guchanga laughed slightly self-deprecatingly. Where did his Taoist heart come from? When had he ever relied on these things along the way? Then his gaze fell on the familiar interface that appeared in front of him again. The system's origin had always been mysterious. He had once wondered whether it was the work of the Devil Lord, but this idea was later rejected. If there was one thing that was related to the Devil Lord, it was probably his reincarnation and the Devil's heart. On the contrary, the system and his transmigrated memory were more like an anomaly in this unseen world. It's been a long time since I met a child of destiny that was really useful to me. Even the system hasn't notified me for a long time. What is the relationship between the child of destiny and the system? Guchanga couldn't help but shake his head lightly, his thoughts in turmoil. However, he had a feeling in his heart that he would figure this out one day. There must be something waiting for him in the celestial realm. In the end, I've been scheming along the way. I'm a little tired. A faint smile appeared on Gu Changa's face. It wasn't that he was denying his actions. He was just surprised that he would have such thoughts. Although his comprehension of the Tao had surpassed that of many who had achieved the Tao, he still hadn't reached the step of immortality. However, even if he was an immortal, it should be difficult for him to escape such introspection. Thinking of this, he sighed softly and no longer restrained the thoughts in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly and quietly rested here, in the longevity Gu clan's territory. He was not worried that any accidents would happen. At this time, outside the longevity Gu clan's outer island, a divine rainbow was crossing over, flitting past the islands and mountains, passing between the teleportation arrays. When the clansmen saw this person, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Then they became incomparably respectful and bowed in unison, not daring to be disrespectful. This was the little princess of the longevity Gu clan, who had an identity that no one could compare to. Whether it was in the outside world or in the clan, no one dared to underestimate or provoke her. Moreover, because of some secrets back then, the current patriarch and many clan elders felt especially guilty towards this person. Of course, a big reason was that this little princess's talent was truly terrifying. In terms of peers, she was second only to young Master Changa. Many patriarchs also paid special attention to her and even personally taught her and bestowed many treasures and abilities. Some time ago, this little princess disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where she went, causing many clansmen to be a little worried. Now that they saw her return safely, they heaved a sigh of relief. Is Gu Changa in the clan? Gu Xian had a slender figure and a beautiful face. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she exuded a cold and arrogant arrogance. Even if she was asking the clansmen at this moment, she still had the air of an immortal. Although she appeared extremely delicate in front of Gu Changa, it didn't mean that she was stupid. In terms of talent, she definitely surpassed countless girls of the same generation in the upper realm. Young Master has been in the clan all this time. The clansman who reported felt his heart skip a beat, and he hurriedly replied. In the entire longevity Gu clan, she was probably the only one who dared to call Gu Changa by his name. Now, even the patriarchs who came out of the depths of the clan were polite to Gu Changa and didn't dare to treat him as a junior. Is he still there? Gu Xian nodded, and a trace of pain and complexity flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her calm. In fact, on the way back to the longevity Gu clan from the outer realm Divine Island, she heard a lot of news about Gu Changa, including the date of his wedding with Yu Mingkong. Then he went to the 100 Realms battlefield, destroyed hell almost everything. Originally, she was very skeptical about the scene she saw in the rebirth pool, and even didn't dare to believe it. But on the way here, she kept thinking about what Gu Changa had done all these years, and she couldn't help but think in that direction. She was actually very pained in her heart, and she was unwilling to accept the scene in the rebirth pool. But even Big Red was certain that the scene reflected by a divine object like the rebirth pool couldn't be fake. Of course, it could only be a fragment of the future, or a possibility of the future, or an ending. In fact, she wasn't the only one who saw the scene in the rebirth pool. She even saw the rest of the people. Gu Xian didn't just see her end. She also saw the day of Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's wedding. But on the night of the cave, blood splattered everywhere. Gu Changa killed his wife with his own hands, cold and ruthless, as if he didn't have the slightest emotion. None of this has happened yet, and it can still be changed. Gu Changa wouldn't be like this. At that time, he must have been controlled by the demon heart. I knew it. All this time, the problem of his demon heart has never been solved. Gu Xian slightly gritted her teeth and looked at the distant island and mountain range. Her eyes were sparkling, as if they were glistening with water. Disturb. Chapter 704. The mountain range was serene and peaceful. Celestial mist was faintly discernible, the spirit spring gurgled, and the silver waterfall fell. Many auspicious beasts and birds chirped, drinking the clouds and inhaling the air. Their feathers reflected the divine chains, shining brilliantly. It was like a fairy's backyard in the myths. Gu Xian passed through many islands and arrived at the divine island where Gu Chang'e usually rested. The guards in charge of guarding the island did not dare to stop her when they saw her arrival, nor did they report it. Gu Xian was the only exception in the longevity Gu family. She did not need Gu Chang'e's permission to come and go freely on this divine island. The other exception was Gu Qingyi. Gu Chang'e is not in the palace. Gu Xian came all the way to the palace where Gu Chang'e was cultivating in seclusion, but she didn't see him here. She was slightly stunned. She walked around in a circle, but could not figure out where Gu Chang'e had gone. Could it be that he had secretly left the longevity Gu family behind everyone's back, and was now planning something big somewhere? As she guessed, Gu Xian's expression suddenly became gloomy. On the way here, she had already planned to find Gu Chang'e and how to speak to him, because it required a lot of courage to say those words. But now, even Gu Chang'e was nowhere to be seen. She could only hide the words she wanted to say in her heart. The next time she saw Gu Chang'e, she did not know if she would have the courage to say those words to him. If in the near future Gu Chang'e really brings disaster to the upper realm, what should I do? She thought of the many scenes of the future she saw in the rebirth pond. Gu Xian shuddered and felt uneasy. She could not believe that in the near future Gu Chang'e would cause the entire upper realm to fall into a dark era. All living things lived in his fear and shadow. At least, the Gu Chang'e she knew would never do such a thing. It was more like the Gu Chang'e who had been controlled by the devil's heart when he was a child and was filled with terrifying demonic nature. This made her heart both painful and conflicted. The pond of rebirth allowed her to know the future of the entire upper realm in advance. What was the meaning of this? Do you want me to stop this? Gu Xian couldn't help but murmur. Her crystal clear eyes were filled with sadness. Even now, she still remembered that scene in Peach Village. The Peach Demon told her about Gu Chang'e's demon heart and explained that Gu Chang'e had an innate demon heart. Gu Chang'e needed to suppress his demonic nature in order to stay awake, just like how he had to dig out her great Dao bone. Although it was led by the demonic nature, many things were actually done subconsciously by Gu Chang'e. Back in the longevity Gu clan's Nirvana Pond, Gu Chang'e had been unable to suppress his demonic nature because he had returned the grand Dao bone to her, which had nearly led to a disaster. But at that time, Gu Chang'e would rather destroy his own arms than hurt her in the slightest. These scenes were still vivid in Gu Xian's mind. When she insisted on digging out the Nirvana immortal bone in Peach Village to help Gu Chang'e suppress his demonic nature, Gu Chang'e had revealed an unprecedented gloominess and ruthlessness. He had threatened her not to do so, and that she had to take good care of the immortal bone. Otherwise, she would understand what it meant to be worse than death. Gu Xian understood that Gu Chang'e's words were not true. His original intention was to not let her do such a foolish thing. At that time, he even said that he would rather die than let me get hurt like this. Gu Xian whispered to herself. For a moment, a faint glow appeared on her delicate, fair face. Her heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Unknowingly, she left the hall and headed in the direction of the mountain peak. Clouds rolled over there, as if hidden in the deepest part of the clouds. It was vast and could overlook the longevity Gu family's myriad of sights. Gu Chang'e! Suddenly Gu Xian was stunned. Beside a green rock on the mountain peak, she saw a familiar figure. Black robes, black hair, handsome features, even more so than an immortal. Gu Chang'e's eyes were slightly closed. He leaned against the green rock and fell asleep. Such tranquility without a speck of dust. How did he fall asleep, and why is he here? Gu Xian looked at Gu Changa quietly. She did not make a sound to disturb Gu Changa. Gu Changa's appearance was very rare. She could not bear to disturb this tranquility. The last time when they were fighting in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, it seemed to be the same. Gu Changa fought against several Dao masters and suffered heavy injuries. And when she went to visit Gu Changa, he also fell asleep like this. He even leaned on her shoulder. That clear and steady breathing sound Gu Xian could still remember. He's tasted all the splendor in the world. He must be tired every day. At this moment, Gu Xian could not help but feel pity for him. In front of others, Gu Changa's glory was limitless. He suppressed the ages and was extremely dazzling. Who had the right to see this side of Gu Changa? For a moment, the scenes in the Lake of Rebirth appeared in her mind. Although her ending was very tragic, Gu Changa should have been unable to control himself at that time, right? If I dig out the immortal bone and give it to him, will I be able to suppress his demonic nature and prevent everything in the future? This thought floated uncontrollably in Gu Xian's mind. She looked at Gu Changa in a daze. For a moment, she did not know what to do. If her immortal bone could really rewrite the future, then wouldn't that be a fortunate thing? When she was young, her immortal bone was dug out. She was able to survive. Now, what was an immortal bone? What's wrong? Xian, why are you looking at me like that? Just as Gu Xian was in a daze, an unhurried voice sounded in front of her. Gu Changa opened his eyes, looked at her, and asked with a faint smile. Although he had rested for a while, it did not mean that he had sealed off his 5 senses. So the moment Gu Xian stepped onto the mountain peak, he had already sensed and woken up. Did I disturb your rest? Gu Xian did not expect Gu Changa to wake up at this time. Her eyes showed some panic, and she hurriedly looked to the side. She seemed to feel guilty that she had been staring at Gu Changa and had been discovered by him. Then do I look good? Since you've been staring at me for so long, how could I not sense it? Gu Changa got up and walked towards her with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Who stared at you for so long? Gu Xian was a little flustered. Her face was flushed, and she was flustered because Gu Changa had exposed her. She hurriedly denied it. She had a lot of things she wanted to say, but after being teased by Gu Changa, she could not say anything. Maybe I saw wrongly. Gu Changa smiled and looked her up and down. He saw that her cultivation was much more profound than the last time he saw her. It was obvious that she had encountered a lot of opportunities and improved a lot. Among the younger generation today, there were probably not many who could be her match. You must have seen wrongly. You're confused from sleeping. Gu Xian snorted. Gu Changa did not care about her little thoughts. He smiled and said, "Oh right, where have you been all this time? If you hadn't come back, I'm afraid I would have sent someone to track you down." Although he was joking, he was indeed a little curious about what Gu Xian had encountered. Why did she look at him with such a complicated expression after returning to the Gu family? Why do you care where I went? I can't compare to you, who destroyed hell. Gu Xian would not mention the Lake of Rebirth. Her expression returned to its usual coldness, and she did not want to talk to Gu Changa. She had not thought of how to explain it to Gu Changa. Although the scene in the Lake of Rebirth predicted that Gu Changa would become the enemy of the entire world in the future. He would even be framed as the inheritor of the demonic art and would be suppressed by various forces. However, that would not be able to do anything to Gu Changa. On the contrary, the various forces would pay a heavy price because of this. In the future, the entire upper realm would be shrouded in Gu Changa's terrifying shadow. Forget it. Since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I'm too lazy to force you. Since you're back, I'll be going to Peach Village in a few days. With you around, it'll be much more convenient. Gu Changa smiled and did not continue asking. Coincidentally, he planned to go to Peach Village before the wedding to ask the Peach Demon some things. At the same time, he took a look at his cheap little disciple, Yao Yao, who he brought up from the lower realm. Of course, Gu Changa still remembered that in the Immortal Academy, there was old Shi, who was also a contemporary of the Peach Demon, Chanhongi and the Devil Lord. "You're back in Peach Village?" When Gu Xian heard this, her eyes dimmed. She thought of the future she saw in the Lake of Rebirth. In order to avenge her, her teachers were all brutally killed by Gu Chang'e in the end. Even her sister, the Peach Demon, was only left with a burnt peach tree stump standing at the desolate entrance of the village. The thoughts in her heart were shaken again. If the images that appeared in the rebirth pool were all real, then, in the near future, not only her, but even Gu Chang'e's fiancé, Yu Ming, her teachers and relatives, too many people would face a tragic fate. Peach Village was located in the depths of the forsaken immortal land. There was a section of wilderness in the middle where many terrifying beasts lived since ancient times. Especially in recent years, there had been a great change in the upper realm. Many ancient Tao masters had been revived. The danger level of that wilderness had increased by more than 1,000 times. In the past, the strength of a great saint could cross it. However, now, even a great saint was afraid and did not dare to step in. It was very quiet here, as if it was isolated from the rest of the world. There were specks of light and fog lingered. There was a small emerald-like lake, green grass was lush, and many spirit deer were looking for food with their heads lowered. A group of children were playing at the entrance of the village. A few old men gathered together and smoked tobacco, looking very relaxed. An extremely lush and dazzling peach tree bloomed at the entrance of the village. Peach blossoms bloomed one after another, carrying a rouge-like luster. It was beautiful and moving. One could see strands of divine light cascading down, and there was chaotic energy hidden within. It was divine and alluring. When some ferocious beasts with extremely terrifying auras passed by the entrance of the village, they could not help but cast fearful and respectful gazes at this small village. Except for that terrifying and unfathomable peach tree, many of the old people in the village had cultivation bases that were difficult to guess. It was definitely not a problem for them to kill a great saint. Today, in the sky above the village entrance, a divine light descended. 2 figures, a man and a woman, slowly descended. Chapter 705. It's Sister Xian. Sister Xian is back. Peach Village was not big. The children playing at the entrance of the village saw Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian at first glance. They cheered in surprise and quickly ran over to welcome Gu Xian. Although Gu Chang'e had only been here once, they were not unfamiliar with Gu Chang'e. The last time Gu Chang'e came to Peach Village, he gave them many toys and spiritual fruits to help them cultivate. Therefore, they had a good impression of this young man who was like a banished immortal. Little flower, little tiger, you've all grown taller. After Gu Xian returned to the Peach Village, she no longer looked as cold as before. With a smile on her face, she greeted the children. The villagers at the entrance of the village also walked over. They were very surprised and greeted Gu Xian. It had been a long time since Gu Xian returned to Peach Village. They also missed Gu Xian very much. Xian, this little girl still knows to come back and see us old men. The few old men all gathered around with kind smiles. Their eyes were full of ambiguity. They kept looking at Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian. This made Gu Xian feel somewhat embarrassed and angry. He rolled his eyes at them. Greetings, young Master Gu. However, they also knew Gu Chang'e's identity and did not dare to be too presumptuous. They bowed slightly to him. Everyone is Xian's family. There's no need to be so polite. Gu Chang'e did not seem to care about this. He had a slight smile on his face. Soon, Gu Xian's masters appeared from within the village. They were still as mysterious as before. Some were crippled, some were blind, and all of them had different injuries. In fact, at this level it was easy for powerful cultivators to be reborn from a drop of blood. Only some extremely serious Tao injuries would cause the injury to remain, making it difficult to regrow a severed limb. However, Gu Xian'er's teachers all had their own experiences and stories. They were unwilling to let their broken limbs and lame legs heal just like that. Grandmaster, Second Grandmaster, Third Grandmaster, Xian'er has returned to see all of you. Gu Xian'er obediently greeted each of the masters one by one, completely different from the arrogant and cold appearance she had in front of Gu Chang'e. Xian'er, your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Looks like I've had quite a few fortuitous encounters recently. Several of the honored masters looked at Gu Xian'er from head to toe with admiration. They were very satisfied when they confirmed that she had not slacked in her cultivation during this period of time. As for Gu Chang'e, in their opinion, he had already reached the point where they couldn't see through him and needed to be wary of him. When Gu Chang'e first came to the Peach Village, his cultivation had yet to reach the supremacy realm. However, in just a few short years, he was already standing at the peak of the upper realm. Even those who had achieved the Tao were no match for him. This made them feel very incredulous. Even though they had seen many prodigies, they had never seen a prodigy like Gu Chang'e. Greetings, seniors. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, behaved very naturally. She cupped her hands slightly to Gu Xian'er's several masters, and then began to look at the village seriously again. Compared to the last time he was here, now he could clearly sense the strength of Gu Xian'er's teachers. Almost all of them had achieved the Tao. Among them, the village chief, Gu Xian'er's honored master, had the most terrifying strength. Compared to the 4 palace masters of hell, Yama, he was not inferior. He was a figure of the same generation as the great elder of the heavenly palace of immortals. If the environment allowed, he would definitely be able to take that final step. The many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the outside world probably would not have imagined that such a terrifying village was hidden in the deepest part of the forsaken immortal land. Not to mention, there was a beautiful and mysterious peach tree at the entrance of the village. Honored master! Honored master! At this moment, in the peach village, a little girl wearing a small flower-colored jacket ran over in surprise. Her facial features were as exquisite as a painting. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and her hair was combed into a ponytail. Her pair of black and sparkling eyes revealed a sense of delicacy, which made her look even more obedient. She was the disciple that Gu Chang'e took in the lower realm, Yao Yao. After he brought Yao Yao to the upper realm, he placed her in the Peach Village and did not care about her after that. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Yao Yao and the Peach Demon at the entrance of the village were of the same origin. The two of them were like sisters, and to Yao Yao, living together here was a peaceful and happy thing. Looking at Yao Yao running toward him, she did not look much older than before. Gu Chang'e showed a gentle expression on his face. He squatted down and patted her head gently. Yao Yao, I haven't had time to visit Yao Yao. You don't blame me, do you? No. Yao Yao doesn't blame you, honored master. Although Yao Yao misses you, I know that you're very busy and don't have time to visit Yao Yao. Yao Yao is doing very well in the Peach Village. The uncles and aunts in the village are very kind to me. Moreover, Yao Yao has a sister here, so I'm very happy every day. The little girl's face was still as obedient and sensible as usual. She had a happy smile on her face as she said this, which made one feel sorry for her. It's good that Yao Yao likes it here. Look at what I've brought for you. Gu Chang'e smiled gently. As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand. In an instant, there were many small toys and accessories that could only be found in the mortal world, as well as all kinds of delicious pastries and spirit fruits. Looking at these things, Yao Yao's eyes suddenly brightened. She was so happy that she curved into a crescent moon shape. Thank you, honored master. She was not interested in cultivation. Her only pursuit was to live a carefree life. Therefore, Gu Chang'e did not bring her many things related to cultivation. After that, The little girl shared with Gu Changa many of the joys of life in the Peach Village in recent years. At the same time, she also shared the various small things that Gu Changa brought for her with the many children in the Peach Village. Gu Changa could see that she was indeed very happy in the Peach Village. Everyone was very kind to her. During this time, the Peach Demon even brought her to the lower realm where she lived before, and found the mother-in-law who adopted her. Unfortunately, Yao Yao's mother-in-law did not want to come to the upper realm. Back then, her relatives were all killed by her enemies. After taking revenge, she guarded the graves of her relatives. Because of the arrival of Gu Changa and Gu Xian, the Peach Village became very lively. Many elders and aunties took out their own treasures and wine to treat the two of them. Although the forsaken immortal land was desolate, there was no lack of all kinds of ferocious beast meat outside. Although Gu Changa and Gu Xian were already used to all kinds of delicacies, immortal and divine dishes. But in the Peach Village, when they tasted meat cooked with other methods, there was a different flavor. The peach trees at the entrance of the village swayed. The petals were sparkling and beautiful. When the breeze blew, strands of immortal silk fell. Night fell. The bonfire was still burning. Even Gu Xian had drunk a lot of wine. She showed a delicate expression. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white and tender arms. She tore at the ferocious beast meat. There was no trace of her usual cold and fairy-like appearance in front of the world. Her big eyes seemed to be shimmering with water, reflecting the bonfire and Gu Changa's face. She seemed to be staring blankly at Gu Changa, as if she thought of something. There was an unconcealable blush on her small face. Gu Changa, you're not allowed to bully me in the future. Her words were unclear, as if she was mumbling in a low voice. When the surrounding villagers heard this, they could not help but laugh. Even Gu Xian's master smiled. Because of the tragic experience of her childhood, they doted on Gu Xian very much. Last time, when Gu Changa returned to Peach Village with her, they were worried that Gu Xian might be threatened by Gu Changa. Gu Changa was the culprit who dug out her bone of Tao when she was young and almost killed her. She did not seem to care about this at all. Instead, she was very close to Gu Changa. Later, they found out from the Peach Demon that Gu Changa had an innate demon heart. What he did when he was young was actually not controlled by him. But they were still wary of Gu Changa. They were very worried. Are you drunk? Looking at Gu Xian, leaning towards him, Gu Changa shook his head speechlessly. I'm not drunk. Gu Xian glared at him. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with Gu Changa's disdain for her. Gu Changa sighed. He took out a clean handkerchief and gently wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth. I'm warning you, don't bully me in the future. She mumbled with her eyes slightly closed and found a comfortable position to lean against Gu Changa. That's hard to say. Don't provoke me. Gu Changa smiled. However, Gu Xian did not pay attention to him, and soon let out a light and steady breathing sound. In his hand was a piece of oily vicious beast's thigh. Then, without caring about anything else, he grabbed at Gu Changa's sleeve and smeared the oil on it. The people of Peach Village watched this scene with trepidation. Begging for fresh flowers, although they had never been to the outside world, they would occasionally encounter some rogue cultivators while hunting and obtain some information about the outside world from them. How terrifying was Gu Changa's power now! Even those who had achieved the Tao would tremble and feel uneasy in front of him. Who dared to be as presumptuous as Gu Xian? However, Gu Changa seemed to be used to this, and drank his wine calmly. The night was getting darker, and the moon was hazy, making Peach Village even more quiet and peaceful. The bonfire dispersed, and the villagers returned to their homes one after another. Gu Xian was taken to rest by a few ants. She was still in a deep sleep. After returning to Peach Village, she was completely at peace. There was nothing to worry about. It was rare that she could have a good rest. Don't you want to come out and meet me? Gu Changa did not rest. Instead, he held a wine cup in one hand and a wine pot in the other, and walked unhurriedly to the entrance of the village. Then, ignoring the surprised looks of Gu Xian's masters, he sat down on a rock nearby. He seemed to be talking to himself, but in fact he was talking to the peach monster. Whoosh! Under the blowing of the breeze, the leaves fluttered lightly, making a wave-like sound. The peach tree became more and more crystalline, and every petal of the peach blossoms was faintly filled with chaotic chi. Fog appeared here and quickly enveloped the surroundings. The old monsters of Peach Village could not see the scene here clearly. They tactfully retracted their gazes and did not look back. The peach monster's cultivation was even more unfathomable. As the guardian of Peach Village, she was not someone they could pry into. Usually, even the village chief treated the peach monster with great respect. A blurry figure of peerless beauty slowly appeared from the peach tree. Her figure was slender, and there seemed to be 3,000 divine kingdoms around her. She was hazy and divine, and also had a demonic feeling. "Long time no see. How have you been?" The peach monster appeared. Her long black hair flowed with light, and the light was so bright that it could reflect people. Her glass-like eyes looked at Gu Changa, revealing a complicated expression. Gu Changa felt that there seemed to be another meaning in her words. The words, "I hope you've been well since we last met," caused many images to flash through his mind at lightning speed. To be precise, it was not an image, but a figure. This was not a person, but a demon. She hugged her knees and sat in the boundless wilderness. Behind her was a withered peach tree. She was very beautiful. Her long black hair was like a mirror, and it was so bright that it could reflect people. She looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, and her eyes reflected the clear sky and mountains. However, her expression was lonely, as if she was waiting for someone. Gu Changa knew that this figure was the peach monster in front of him. She was a rare friend of Chan Hongi. Chan Hongi had once brought her back to the mountain where the Devil Lord lived and planted her beside a bluestone. Before the Forbidden Era, because she blocked a blow from the Devil Lord for Chan Hongi, she was severely injured and almost died. After that, various coincidences led to her becoming the guardian of Peach Village. Perhaps it was because of Yao Yao, but compared to the last time Gu Changa saw her, the peach monster seemed to have remembered many things. However, unlike Chan Hongi, the peach monster did not seem to have deep hatred for the Devil Lord. "Aren't you going to meet your old friend?" Gu Changa calmly poured himself a glass of wine and drank it without a care. The peach monster looked at him with a complicated expression. She knew that the old friend Gu Changa was talking about was Chan Hongi, who had escaped from the demon burial abyss. Until now, she did not know Gu Changa's identity. Was he the reincarnation of the Devil Lord, or what? If he was really the Devil Lord, then why would the Devil Lord, who had destroyed everything and buried an entire era in darkness, be reincarnated in the end? One had to know that when she was still an incomparably weak little demon, she was still an extremely weak little demon. The Devil Lord stood at the peak of the entire world. His cultivation was unfathomable and hard to describe. Even after she became an immortal and went further in this realm, she still felt that she was as small as a speck of dust in front of the Devil Lord. In fact, if the Devil Lord really wanted to kill Chan Hongi, he did not need to spend much effort. With her strength, it was impossible for her to block a blow from the Devil Lord. How many secrets were hidden? The peach monster really wanted to ask Gu Changa all this personally. But now, she did not know what identity Gu Changa was using to talk to her. She could reach this step only because of the Devil Lord's guidance back then. Otherwise, she would not have been able to reach the immortal realm and go so far in this realm as an ordinary peach monster without much talent. 2. Chapter 706. At the entrance of Peach Village, white fog surged, blurring everything. The peach demon revealed her true form, her dress fluttering in the wind, her hair black, and her beauty unmatched. It's the same whether she sees me or not. If she wants to see me, She will come. She was a little dazed, then she recovered and shook her head. She had naturally heard of Chan Hongyi escaping from the demon burial abyss, slaughtering everyone and establishing the demon mountain. However, she had always been lazy and had long been used to this small place like Peach Village. She did not even want to take half a step out of the forsaken immortal land. How many eras and years had passed since the Forbidden Era? She had almost forgotten Peach Demon. She was once an old friend, but was she still the same person? Moreover, Chan Hongyi should be able to sense her aura and understand that she had not fallen. If she really wanted to see her, there were not many people in the upper realm who could stop her. Is that so? Gu Changa raised his cup and drank, smiling faintly. She's busy taking revenge on me now, so she naturally has no time to look for you. What happened in the past? Why? Hearing this, the Peach Demon fell silent for a moment, then looked at Gu Changa and could not help but ask softly. In the end, she asked the question that had been in her heart. This was something she had always been puzzled about. For Chan Hongyi, Gu Changa was the person she respected and admired the most. He was both a teacher and a father. Although Gu Changa was strict with her, she had never let her suffer any grievances. The Peach Demon did not know why Chan Hongyi, who had once loved Gu Changa, would choose to turn her weapon on him in the end. That battle was too terrifying after all. Even with her realm back then, she was deeply frightened and as lowly as an ant. The heavenly Tao collapsed, the myriad tribulations descended, and even the long river of time collapsed and became chaotic. All the eras were destroyed, and the eternal immortal palace was destroyed. Many eras were buried and destroyed. Later generations were terrified when talking about it, and could only call it a taboo. If I say I can't remember now, would you believe me? Hearing this question, Gu Changa did not seem surprised and asked with a smile, I believe you. If it was you back then, you wouldn't have spoken to me like that. When the Peach Demon heard this, she also smiled gently. Her already peerless figure became even more extraordinary. In the past, when she was still a little peach tree, she had talked to Gu Changa like this night. It was just that at that time he was like the lonely moon, the unfathomable wind, and she was just a tiny speck of dust that could only silently look up at him. It seems that something unimaginable must have happened in the end for this to happen. The Peach Demon shook his head and sighed lightly, and he felt slightly regretful and emotional about this. After she woke up, she had to pay a huge price to slowly regain her memory. If it wasn't for Yao Yao, she would probably still be in a hazy state. Gu Changa was once an unspeakable and inconceivable existence. If he wanted to recover, the price would be even more unimaginable. The upper realm is about to be in chaos, and I will leave soon. Maybe the immortal region and the upper realm will merge, or maybe a greater opportunity will come. Gu Changa took another sip of wine and said leisurely, at first he thought that the Peach Demon could sense something, even if it was some fragments of the future. However, judging from her reaction now, she did not seem to want to care about the matters of the outside world, and did not even want to leave Peach Village. You didn't come to me just to catch up and talk about the past, right? How could the Peach Demon not understand Gu Changa's meaning? After a moment of silence, she asked. Gu Changa smiled approvingly and said, Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want you to do me a favor. What is it that you need my help with? The Peach Demon was somewhat interested in this, although her current cultivation had indeed surpassed the shackles of this world. However, it did not mean that she could exert power beyond the mortal realm. Gu Changa's current methods were definitely more terrifying than hers. If even he could not solve the problem, how could she help? I want you to protect something for me. To be exact, I want you to protect an ancient realm, Gu Changa said slowly. An ancient realm? The Peach Demon was even more shocked when she heard that. With her current strength, she could even protect an imperishable sect or supreme sage orthodoxy, let alone an ancient realm. Moreover, why would Gu Changa ask her to do that? Was there anyone in this world who dared to go against him and attack the ancient realm that he wanted to protect? Guchanga was not surprised by the Peach Demon's reaction. He nodded and said, "I've thought about it for a long time, and I think your identity is the most suitable." In fact, he had been planning to scheme against the entire upper realm for a long time. The thing that he wanted the Peach Demon to protect was none other than the epic Dao fruit. In terms of time, the epic Dao fruit would ripen in a few days. Guchanga planned to use the epic Dao fruit as bait to attract the strongest forces of various orthodoxies in the upper realm to help him take the final step. The plan was not complicated, but he had to be careful about keeping it a secret from everyone, especially those old monsters who had cultivated for more than 10 million years, or even those who had been hiding since a few epochs ago. They were the strongest forces of various orthodoxies. Although they could not achieve the immortal realm, they could still fight against an immortal realm cultivator. In their own era, they were also stunning talents, unmatched throughout the ages, existences that no one could compare to. Not only were they terrifyingly strong, but they were also extraordinarily intelligent. They would notice anything that was not right, and they would even deduce the flaws. Therefore, Guchanga had to be careful in order to pass off the false as the truth. Not only did he need to find an extremely ancient realm, but he also needed to nurture the epic Dao fruit in it so that he could spread the news and lure those big fish into the trap. Among them, the Peach Demon's role was to reassure those peerless old freaks. After all, how could the epic Dao fruit not have a guardian? The Peach Demon was a figure from the taboo era. The aura on her body represented unpredictability. Who could deduce her origins? On the other hand, the epic Dao fruit had disappeared in the upper realm for countless years. The upper realm had been conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions for many epochs because they thought the epic Dao fruit was lost there. Unfortunately, after conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions, the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme factions of the upper realm had searched through the 8 desolates and 10 regions, but they could not find anything related to the epic Dao fruit. Now, there was a lot of news about the immortal path, including the news about the epic Dao fruit. Would those peerless old evildoers and the most powerful ancient existences in the upper realm still be able to sit still? I understand. The Peach Demon remained silent. She did not ask Guchanga why he was doing this. Even if she did not agree, she knew Guchanga would definitely have ways to make her agree. Be it in the past or now, Guchanga was not a soft-hearted person. He would not show any mercy on account of their past friendship. Don't worry, I am just lending you a Dharma body. Of course, if you want to go with your real body, it's fine too. Guchanga smiled casually. He had not found a suitable ancient realm yet. Therefore, he still had to make a trip to the royal court of Ultimate Een to retrieve the ultimate Een origin. What happened after that was even simpler. Guchanga only needed to completely refine and merge the suitable ancient realm with the true palm-sized world he had obtained from hell, turning it into the devil's kingdom in his palm. Even those who had achieved the Tao, or even the broken immortal, would fall into eternal oblivion once they set foot in it. Were the orthodoxies in the upper realm not secretly plotting against him? In that case, Guchanga had prepared such a huge surprise for them in advance. For the next few days, Guchanga stayed in Peach Village. He would either bicker with Gu Xian take Yao Yao around, or chat with the Peach Demon at the entrance of the village about matters related to the Forbidden Era. Gu Xian's many masters were quite familiar with him. Sometimes, when they talked about some cultivation issues, they would even argue for a long time. In some ways, Guchanga's words made them feel as if the clouds had cleared and they deeply admired him. At this moment, they no longer believed that Guchanga would hurt Gu Xian. Instead, they began to guess Guchanga's true identity. If he was really just a young person, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Which young person's understanding and control of Tao techniques would shock them, make them feel awe and respect him? On the contrary, they believed that Guchanga was the reincarnation of some unbelievably strong person. His cultivation base at his peak was unpredictable and indescribable. He was the king of immortals, the emperor of immortals, and even the ancestor of immortals. While Guchanga stayed in Peach Village for a few days, the upper realm was also changing and undercurrents were surging. News about hell, Buddha slaughter, and the recently rising spring breeze, Jasper Tower, quickly swept through the upper realm under the spreading of intentional people. Every day, cultivators and living beings could be seen in various ancient cities discussing this matter, causing everyone to be anxious. Actually, hell and Buddha slaughter are in big trouble because they are blocking the rise of spring breeze, Jasper Tower. Many people are saying that young Master Changa is actually the master behind Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. He is secretly supporting this assassin organization. That's why he attacked hell and Buddha slaughter. In the restaurant, many young heavenly prides gathered. Everyone was shrouded in divine light and had powerful auras. They were also talking about this matter. They were all in high spirits and were very concerned about Guchanga. Judging from all the signs, Guchanga definitely had a deep relationship with Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Therefore, there were also orthodoxies calling for everyone to find the headquarters of Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Just like how they destroyed hell, they should completely destroy it to get rid of future troubles. They did not want it to develop into a second hell. Of course, there were also cultivators and living beings who maintained a skeptical attitude. If Guchanga really wanted the Spring Breeze Azure Jade Pavilion to be the sole dominant force, then why didn't he continue to make a move on the other side of the assassin nation, Futu? Many people felt that Guchanga must have some kind of unresolvable hatred with hell. However, under the intentional suppression of various orthodoxies, this kind of talk was very weak and did not cause much of a stir. Actually, this is just a small matter. Spring Breeze Jasper Tower only emerged in the last few thousand years. It's still too early for them to grow to be comparable to hell. Instead, there's another matter that is more important to me. In the pavilion, a sky pride shook his head and softly analyzed. He was tall and had golden eyes with traces of the cross Tao Maxim flowing around them. His aura was mysterious and did not seem like someone from this era. The rest of the people were extremely respectful to him. They could not help but look at him in shock when they heard this. "Brother Jinyin, why do you say so?" A Sky Pride girl asked with a strange look in her eyes. The man in front of her was an outlawed Sky Pride from ancient times. He had just broken out of the celestial source in this era and came from the imperishable sect Purple Cloud Valley. His strength was extremely terrifying and was comparable to 6 Crown King Jun Yao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others. He was a giant among the younger generation, except for Guchanga. Naturally, his words were more convincing. Actually, you've all overlooked a very important point. However, I believe that the forces behind you should have told you. The outlawed Sky Pride named Jean Yin raised his wine cup and gently shook his head. A strange look flashed across his eyes as he recalled Purple Cloud Valley's instructions. He spoke unhurriedly, although he had not personally interacted with Guchanga. However, he had heard rumors about him almost every day. His ears were getting calluses from hearing so much. He was proud and believed that he was invincible. He had waited until this era to be born. In fact, it was also to train himself so that he could come into contact with the legendary immortal realm. However, Guchanga's existence made him doubt himself. Brother Jinyan, are you referring to? Young Master Changa is actually the true inheritor of the demonic art. Hearing Jinyan's words, the pavilion fell silent for a moment. Everyone's expression became unnatural. In fact, they were not the only ones. Now, there were rumors everywhere saying that Guchanga was actually Zero, 2 of the true inheritor of the demonic art. However, he hid it so well that he did not reveal any flaws. Otherwise, how could he have reached such an unbelievable level at such a young age? One should know that even ancient books would not dare to record it like this. However, many of the Sky Prides present were not stupid. They would not blindly follow the news. They also had their own thoughts. In fact, From the perspective of the younger generation, they really could not see how Gu Changa was related to the inheritor of the demonic art. On the contrary, it had always been Gu Changa who was fighting against the mysterious inheritor of the demonic art, saving many sky prides from this disaster. Actually, this is inevitable. The tables have turned. This doesn't require any evidence. It's nothing more than a pretext. Young Master Changa has grown to the point where everyone is afraid of him. The upper realm needs such a reason to attack him. There was a moment of silence in the pavilion. Some of the more straightforward young sky prides sighed with emotion in their eyes. Jin Yin shook his head disapprovingly and did not say anything else. He was just following Purple Cloud Valley's instructions and conveying this message. Everyone fell silent once more. Although they felt a little sad for the loss of their kind, they still felt relieved in their hearts. The pressure that Gu Changa brought to everyone was too terrifying. It was almost suffocating. If young Master Changa falls, it's actually a blessing for us. Come, let's drink. This matter has nothing to do with us. We're not qualified to be involved. Then a sky pride broke the silence. He smiled bitterly and began to ask everyone to drink, not wanting to think too much. Chapter 707. In fact, there was no need for anyone to push it. During this period of time, the upper realm was also surging with undercurrents. Ever since hell was destroyed, many orthodoxies were searching for clues about the other assassin nation, Futu. Many of the secrets of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pagoda were revealed under the investigation of various orthodoxies. Many ancient figures with profound attainments in the Tao of divination began to deduce, trying to trace the origin of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pagoda. Of course, Gu Changa had anticipated this. That was why he had instructed Bai Lian to have Bai Hua and Bai Kun conceal the heavenly secrets of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pagoda long ago. This was not a long-term plan, and Gu Changa did not expect to conceal it forever. He only wanted to buy some time. In the upper realm, the rumor that Gu Changa was the inheritor of the demonic arts spread like wildfire, and it was inevitable that it would spread like wildfire. At first, it was only circulating among the major orthodoxies. Later on, the rumors became more and more intense. Not only were the disciples and elders of the major orthodoxies discussing it, but even the ordinary cultivators and itinerant cultivators were also discussing it. As long as this continues, I believe that Gu Changa will not be able to resist the urge to refute the rumors. That will be a good opportunity for us to make our move. He will definitely not allow such black water to be splashed on him in the deepest part of the ancestral lands of the many imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Many terrifying figures, shrouded in chaotic mist, looked at the horizon and couldn't help but sneer. All of this was within their expectations. In fact, it was only because of their incitement and push that it caused such a huge impact. In the end, it was because Gu Changa was too dazzling. Everyone was afraid of him, so they had no choice but to do this. Of course, such things were not rare since ancient times. Many outstanding heavenly prides had more or less collapsed on their path of cultivation due to various reasons. They were not truly invincible. In their opinion, Gu Changa's fate was already decided. No matter how dazzling he was now, it was destined to be a short-lived firework or a shooting star that passed by in a flash. In the long river of history, he could only make a small splash at most, and it would be gone in the blink of an eye. Are all the orthodoxies planning to attack my Gu clan? Could it be that you want to kill until the heavens collapse and the ages are overturned? Meanwhile, in the Longevity Gu clan, there was an extremely grand palace. Many elders who received the news gathered here. Their expressions were heavy, and there was even coldness and murderous intent. Many figures with terrifying auras stood in the depths of the hall. Every single one of them seemed to have come from the outer world. Their eyes were extremely cold, and many terrifying scenes were occurring within them. The moon fell, the stars were destroyed, the universe collapsed, all living beings wailed, and all Taos collapsed. They were all figures at the level of the longevity Gu clan's old ancestors. They had been revived in this world for the sake of seizing the opportunity to become immortals. To them, Gu Changa wasn't just a simple junior. He was the hope of the longevity Gu clan for countless eras. How could they allow the orthodoxies of the upper realm to plot against them like this? How could Changa be related to the inheritor of the demonic arts? It's nothing more than the saying, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. All they want is a reasonable excuse. As for evidence, that's not necessary. An elder said with a sour expression. Naturally, he knew what the orthodoxies were planning. They saw that Gu Changa's brilliance was too dazzling. They were worried that if he grew even more, he would destroy the balance that the upper realm had maintained for countless years. Of course, the biggest reason was that they couldn't bear to see a young man grow up so quickly, to the point where they trembled in fear. The destruction of hell was the best example. In the end, Changa was too high profile. He didn't even let us do anything. He destroyed hell on his own. That's why they're afraid and deeply uneasy. They want to eliminate this threat in advance. An elder in the depths of the palace sighed. Although he had just awakened, he had already figured out the cause and effect of everything. The eyes of an ancestor beside him were unusually cold as he spoke slowly. I didn't expect that after so many years, so many orthodoxies would forget about us. Do they really think that the Gu family is something they can bully? It seems that we've been silent for too long. If the immortal gate opens today, so what if the immortal realm clans come to receive us? Even if the upper realm collapses, so what? Another elder also spoke, his voice filled with murderous intent and anger. The longevity Gu family had existed for so long that it could be traced back to before the taboo era. Later on, due to the collapse of the great path of heaven and earth, many cultivation rules were destroyed. The immortal realm and the upper realm were separated by the heavens and earth, and were difficult to connect. Most of the powerful clans had no choice but to leave their home and rebuild their lives in the immortal realm. For countless years, the longevity Gu family and the immortal realm had a very deep relationship. They were not afraid of any orthodoxies in the upper realm. This time, if the orthodoxies really dared to make a move on Gu Changa, they would naturally make them pay a heavy price. With the elder's words, Lin Tian can rest assured. Changa hasn't been in the family during this time. As his father, I don't know what he's planning. However, Changa has been smart and calm since young. I'm sure he's already thought of a countermeasure before he destroyed hell. We don't need to worry too much. The person who spoke was Gu Changa's father, Gu Lintian. He nodded with a somewhat serious expression. As the head of the longevity Gu family, in terms of cultivation base, he was far inferior to Gu Changa. However, he still had a lot of say in many matters, big and small. Soon, a large army began to gather on the many divine islands and mountains of the longevity Gu family. In some of the small worlds, dazzling light portals appeared one after another. Many riders walked out, their murderous auras filling the sky. Billowing blood, mist shook the sky. In the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Taichu divine sect, and many other imperishable forces. Many ancient existences also began to discuss countermeasures because of the news circulating in the heavens of the upper realm. The Taichu divine sect was the most reliable ally of the longevity Gu family. There were even rumors that the Taichu divine sect was actually a branch of the longevity Gu family many years ago. Of course, no one knew whether this rumor was true or not. In short, if the immortal war and the imperishable tribulation happened in the upper realm, the longevity Gu family and the Taichu divine sect would definitely be in cahoots. There was no doubt about this. As for the unparalleled immortal dynasty, because of the marriage between the current Mingkong Empress and Gu Changa, they had a close relationship with Gu Changa. When the time came, she would definitely stand on the side of the longevity Gu family. Apart from that, there were many hidden forces and orthodoxies in the upper realm that were inextricably linked to the longevity Gu family and Gu Changa. This turbulent undercurrent was quietly sweeping through the entire upper realm. Many cultivators and living beings felt like the calm before the storm. They were deeply uneasy and did not want to be involved. Meanwhile, all the orthodoxies were staring at Gu Changa's figure, wanting to know his actions and reactions. However, to many people's disappointment, after destroying hell, Gu Changa seemed to have suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Even the many elders of the longevity Gu family did not know where he was. Many cultivators guessed that Gu Changa had a premonition that there would be a great tribulation targeting him, so he deliberately found a place to lie low. Of course, many people felt that this was impossible. With Gu Changa's personality, he was not the kind of person who would hide from the world. At this moment, Gu Changa, as a person of the current era, had quietly left Peach Village. According to the token given to him by Princess Jianan of the Imperial Court of Juyin, he planned to go to the Imperial Court of Juyin. In Peach Village, Gu Xian was about to explode when she realized that he had left without saying goodbye. She felt wronged and resentful. For the past few days, she had been thinking about how to speak to Gu Changa and prevent the future calamity. However, Gu Changa had secretly left Peach Village behind her back. She did not even know where Gu Changa had gone. Damn it, Gu Xian could not calm down. She was extremely resentful of Gu Changa's actions. The Imperial Court of Juyin was located in the deepest part of Juyin Heaven. It was the most mysterious place. Juyin Heaven did not belong to any of the heavens in the upper realm. However, basically all the living beings and cultivators in the upper realm knew about Juyin Heaven. They were shocked and fearful of it. That was because Juyin Heaven was too terrifying. It contained unimaginable dangers. Many orthodoxies were swallowed up by Juyin Heaven. They disappeared and no longer existed. A few years ago, many of the orthodoxies in the upper realm worked together to establish a true immortal academy. It was all to cultivate a true immortal in this generation to stop the calamity of Juyin Heaven. The Ren ancestor of the Ren Ancestor Hall also took it as his mission to destroy Juyin Heaven. When Juyin Heaven was mentioned, there was no cultivator who did not feel fear. Today, Gu Changa was holding Jianan's keepsake in his hand and standing on an extremely mysterious land. The land was dark and there was no vegetation. There was no end in sight and no life could be seen. There were only piles of corpses of various colors. The blood even dyed the land black. Fog shrouded the endless territory. Even the heaven and earth were black. There was no end in sight. Beside Gu Changa stood the Juyin spirit who came to receive him. It was a middle-aged man who looked very similar to a human. Normally, only Juyin spirits who had the bloodline of the Juyin royal family would look like a human. Greetings, sir. My name is Jiaming. I am the servant of the eldest princess. She ordered me to come here to receive you. The middle-aged man said respectfully. He knew Gu Changa's identity. Juyin Heaven was extremely mysterious. Almost no living beings from the outside world had ever set foot here. Where's Jianan? Why didn't she come to see me personally? Gu Changa casually glanced at the person in front of him and was a little surprised. The eldest princess is busy with the ancestral worship and can't leave. She can't come to receive you personally. I hope you won't blame her. The middle-aged man's expression became slightly solemn. He was afraid that Gu Changa would be angry, so he hurriedly explained. Ancestral worship? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. Actually, it was his first time coming to the Juyin spirit nation. It was also his first time hearing about the ancestral worship. Yes, sir. It's the ancestral worship. It's related to the creation of the reincarnation platform. In recent years, the number of Juyin spirits has been decreasing. Even if they're buried in the deepest part of the clan for tens of millions of years, it's very difficult to produce a pure Juyin spirit. The middle-aged man saw that Gu Changa was a little confused and hurriedly explained. This was because the eldest Princess Jia had already told him before that he could reveal anything about the reincarnation platform to Gu Changa. Pure Ju-in spirit? Hearing this, Gu Changa was even more surprised. Could it be that the Ju-in tribe's living beings were divided into pure and impure ones? Was there a difference between the two? Sir, actually the Ju-in tribe is not like what the outside world thinks. It's actually very difficult to be born. 547. The living beings in the outside world that are contaminated by the Ju-in spirit only contain a trace of the Ju-in spirit aura. They're not true Ju-in spirits. Even in our world, they can only live at the lowest level. They're like slaves, and it's difficult for them to advance. As for true Ju-in spirits, they can only be born in the deepest part of the clan, or they can be born from Ju-in spirits with extremely pure bloodlines. The middle-aged man continued to explaining the difference between Ju-in spirits to Gu Changa. When the Ju-in sky erupted and swept through the upper realm, the Ju-in spirit aura that spread out would turn many living beings into Ju-in spirits. However, such Ju-in spirits were not pure and could not be called Ju-in spirits. This was because their intelligence was incomplete and they were only left with a violent and murderous nature. The deepest part of the clan? Hearing this explanation, Gu Changa fell into deep thought. The Ju-in origin source that he needed might come from the deepest part of the clan. The reincarnation platform that Princess Jia Nan of the Ju-in royal court wanted him to create should be related to the birth of Ju-in spirits. If that's the case, will it involve the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord back in the immortal ancient continent? I felt that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had left behind many backup plans and inheritances. He shouldn't be someone who died so easily. The reincarnation path is extremely special. It involves the mysteries of life and death. If he keeps hiding in the various worlds, no one will be able to detect him. Then what is he plotting? Gu Changa suddenly felt that something unexpected might happen in this trip to the Ju-in royal court. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. He had experienced the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's work in the immortal ancient continent. Apart from the dragon clan, the rest of the immortal ancient clans were all plotted against by him. If Gu Changa hadn't interfered, the true successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord would have inherited everything and stood at the peak of the upper world. After all, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was a true immortal realm existence. He was also proficient in the reincarnation path and controlled the power of time. It was not impossible for him to see a fragment of the future. Thinking of this, Gu Changa's expression became thought-provoking. Soon, the middle-aged man led him through the dark and desolate land and arrived outside the dark and deathly still barrier. The Ju-in sky was isolated from the outside world and contained great danger and danger. It was difficult for ordinary people to reach here, let alone pass through the barrier outside. Greetings, my lord. There were already Ju-in spirits waiting respectfully here. They stood beside an extremely grand black jade carriage, waiting for Gu Changa's arrival. Chapter 708. The in-extreme sky was a mysterious place. Since ancient times, there had been a barrier outside that isolated everything. Even those who had attained the Tao did not dare to enter rashly as they were afraid of being contaminated by the in-extreme Qi. Now, a group of in-extreme Qi beings stood respectfully here, waiting for Gu Changa's arrival. Sir, please. Her Highness, the eldest princess, has instructed us to come here. Now, she is waiting for your arrival in the imperial court. The old coachman in charge of driving said, respectfully. He looked no different from a human, but his aura was as deep as the sea and extremely terrifying. Without a doubt, he was the same as Jiaming, who came to receive Gu Changa. He also had the bloodline of the In Extreme Royal Court. Gu Changa nodded slightly. He glanced at the group of In Extreme Qi beings before slowly walking onto the carriage. Although it was his first time coming to the In Extreme sky, He did not feel uncomfortable at all. The Yin extreme chi here was extremely dense. If a normal cultivator was here, they would quickly be contaminated and fall into the Yin extreme sky, losing their mind. The old man in charge of driving looked at Gu Changa calmly, but he was full of praise in his heart. Although he was only in charge of driving, his own strength was not to be underestimated. As a human, Gu Changa was actually not affected by the aura here at all. His expression was calm, as if he was a true Yin extreme chi being. This was not as simple as his cultivation being terrifying. It was more likely that Gu Changa himself was not afraid of the Yin extreme chi. Soon, the black jade carriage rose into the air and turned into a black divine rainbow, heading straight into the depths of the Yin extreme sky. The fog was heavy, and a dark gray sun hung in the sky, bringing with it a deathly light. The land was full of potholes and many terrifying rifts. Gray fog spewed out from them, covering the sky and sun. It was extremely terrifying. The entire Yin extreme sky was like a deathly silent burial ground, buried with many corpses and incomplete items. Strands of gray fog floated over from unknown places, brushing across this barren land. Gu Changa almost did not see any traces of living beings here, not even ferocious beasts. It was extremely silent. It was as if a terrifying battle had once taken place here. Countless living beings died tragically here, forming an ancient battlefield. When were all of you born? Within the carriage, Gu Changa looked at Jia Ming and asked with interest. When Jia Ming heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a difficult expression. However, in the face of Gu Changa, he still did not dare to refuse and could only reply, "Reporting to my lord, we started from the day we walked out from the deepest part of the clan's land. Our memories before that are actually blank. In fact, this already involves some kind of secret of the Yin absolute sky. The birth of an absolute Yin spirit not only required the nurturing of the clan's land, but also required a long period of transformation. Sometimes, even they themselves were at a loss. Who exactly were they? Could it be that someone's corpse had transformed into a new race after death? Or could it be that the original person had their memories erased after being buried in the clan's soil and thus obtained a new life? However, it was undeniable that the source of their birth and the greatest secret were hidden in the depths of the absolute Yin sky. And this secret might only be known by the most mysterious master of the Yin absolute sky. The origin of the absolute Yin spirit is related to death and life. Could all of this be related to reincarnation? Hearing Jia Ming's words, Gu Changa was somewhat thoughtful. Speaking of which, the absolute Yin source was an extremely cold energy. It could devour all matter around it, including rules, order, and even space. This source did not seem to be something that could appear in the upper realm. It was more like it was brought here by an unknown existence from a strange and mysterious place to achieve a certain goal. The central area of the Yin absolute sky was a group of majestic palaces and many city towers. It looked quite prosperous. Compared to the desolation and silence of the border area, there were many living beings here. People came and went. Although it was not very lively, there was quite a lot of vitality. The black jade carriage sped all the way across the sky, passing through the city towers and all the way into the depths. The absolute Yin imperial court was located within. The majestic imperial city revealed an ancient and boundless aura, as well as an aura that had been eroded by time. Strands of gray mist lingered in the surroundings, making the world look extremely gray and desolate. Can we really trust him about the reincarnation platform? In a palace deep in the absolute Yin imperial court, several figures stood there, and they were also surrounded by a gray fog. Their faces could not be seen clearly, only their eyes revealed endless vicissitudes and a decaying aura. They seemed to be communicating, but also seemed to be whispering softly. Their gazes penetrated the entire palace and looked outside the city. Reporting to the ancient ancestor, Gu Changa killed the true successor of the ancient Lord of Reincarnation and took his inheritance for himself. Now, in the upper realm, perhaps only he has a way. We have to trust him. Now that things have come to this, there is no other way. Below these figures, the imperial court's Princess Jia Nan respectfully stood with her hands by her side and replied, "Killed the true successor of the ancient Lord of Reincarnation? What a ruthless method! Isn't he afraid of incurring great karma?" A figure, shrouded in gray fog, gently shook his head. His eyes revealed his thoughts, clearly not believing it. Who was the ancient Lord of Reincarnation? In the most ancient times, he had come to the absolute Een sky and made a prophecy. He said that he saw a day in the future when gray fog covered the earth and the true absolute Een sky would descend. Such a figure was proficient in the path of reincarnation. He could even travel through the river of time and influence the present world in ancient times. If he really was the successor chosen by him, how could he be killed so easily? That's not necessarily the case. There is a general trend in the unseen world. The general trend is irreversible, but it doesn't mean it can't be reversed. Hearing this, another ancient ancestor shrouded in gray fog shook his head and said, "As long as we can create the reincarnation platform and attract the aura of that latitude, we can break free from the shackles and achieve transcendence. The well water in the clan's territory is about to dry up." Another ancient ancestor sighed. Their auras were extremely peerless. Although they were only standing in this palace, they seemed to be suppressing the heavens. Without a doubt, if they stepped out of here and appeared in the upper realm, it would definitely cause boundless waves. The laws of heaven and earth in absolute Een sky were completely different from the upper realm. Their strength was also not something that ordinary incomplete immortals could compare to. The well water is about to dry up? Jia Nan's eyes widened when he heard the ancient ancestor's words. He didn't dare to believe it. In fact, the birth of all living beings in absolute Een sky couldn't be separated from the well water in the depths of the clan's territory. To be precise, it was the 3 extremely mysterious ancient wells. Those 3 ancient wells created the huge absolute Een royal court and were also the source of the absolute Een origin. They were the origin of the entire absolute Een sky. Now, she actually heard the news that the well water was about to dry up from the ancient ancestor. Didn't that mean that absolute Een sky was about to collapse and be destroyed? When that time came, where would all the living beings in absolute Een sky go? No wonder even you ancient ancestors were alarmed. Jianan's heart was hazy. Absolute Een sky was actually not as peaceful as the outside world thought. It was facing the danger of destruction at any time. If the reincarnation platform can't be built, then our entire absolute Een tribe can only think of another way out. As the eldest princess of the absolute Een royal court, she suddenly felt that the responsibility on her shoulders was much heavier. Go and receive that Gu Changa first. If there's anything else, I'll tell you later. You'll be in charge of the ancestral worship first. When all the materials are gathered, I'll open the ancestral well and receive everything. The ancient ancestors in the hall withdrew their gazes from outside the city. Soon, this place became deathly silent again. The ancestral worship was actually related to the reincarnation platform. If the reincarnation platform was successfully built, the success rate of receiving would greatly increase. This was not only related to their transcendence, but also the survival of absolute Een sky. Many years ago, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord left behind a prophecy and saw a corner of absolute Een sky's future. That was why he told them that the reincarnation platform would be built in the future to stabilize the laws of life and death here. Unfortunately, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had disappeared in this world. No one knew where to find him. Therefore, they could only send Jian to find the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and try to find out the whereabouts of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord from him. Now, There was no news of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. They could only place their hopes on his successor. However, this successor was not legitimate. Instead, he killed the true successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and took everything for himself. This made them not know what to say. At this moment, in the absolute Yin royal court, as the black jade carriage landed, many members of the royal family, led by Jia Luo, came forward to greet it. Before this, after receiving Gu Changa's message, the eldest princess Jia Nan had ordered everything to be arranged. She was the leader of the current Ju Yin royal court. Greetings to young Master Changa. After parting at the great Yu celestial dynasty, young Master Changa, how have you been? Jia Luo had a respectful expression as he smiled and gestured for Gu Changa to enter the hall. The many members of the royal family behind him were also looking at Gu Changa with awe and respect. Even in the absolute Yin royal court, they had long heard many rumors about Gu Changa. Whether it was his identity or cultivation, he was already standing at the peak of the upper realm, and they had to look up to him. Brother Jia Luo, long time no see. Gu Changa returned the greeting with a smile and followed Jia Luo into the hall. Royal sister has already ordered people to prepare a banquet to welcome young Master Changa. Jia Luo gestured slightly. A banquet had already been set up in the hall. Many spirit fruits and wine were glowing, and a group of beautiful singers slowly danced. Their singing was very moving. Many ministers of the absolute Yin royal court had already been waiting here, and they were secretly sizing up Gu Changa. Many royal daughters also looked at him with a strange light in their eyes, and their imaginations ran wild. To put it bluntly, in the current upper realm, no matter where it was, those who knew Gu Changa had a curious or admiring attitude towards him. Even if they were the royal daughters of the absolute Yin royal court, they were no exception. Soon, Gu Changa sat down with a calm expression. He looked at the many delicacies and wine in front of him and began to taste them. It was very natural. The spirit fruits in the absolute Yin sky were more or less contaminated with absolute Yin Qi compared to the outside world. For ordinary cultivators, this was a highly toxic poison that could corrode their cultivation and soul. But for Gu Changa it had no effect at all. Is royal sister not here yet? Jia Luo asked the maid beside him while pouring wine for Gu Changa. In the current absolute Yin royal court, Jia Nan was highly valued by several ancient ancestors. He was also fully responsible for receiving Gu Changa. Reporting to Prince Jia Luo, the eldest princess is rushing to the ancestral hall and should be on her way back now. The maid replied respectfully, not daring to hide anything. Ancestral hall. Jia Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. The ancestral hall was usually the place where the ancient ancestors cultivated in seclusion. Without their permission, no one was allowed to disturb them. Jia Nan was suddenly summoned over. It was obvious that the ancient ancestors had something to tell her. Thinking of this, Jia Luo glanced at Gu Changa without leaving a trace. He actually knew about the creation of the reincarnation platform. Moreover, he knew very well that Gu Changa was not the true successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Gu Changa controlled the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, and it just so happened that the absolute Yin royal court needed his help. The two had a tacit understanding. Along the way, the scene of the absolute Yin sky is far from what I imagined. At this time, Jia Luo's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Gu Changa, who was chuckling. His expression changed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. He explained with a smile, "Since ancient times, my absolute Yin sky has been like this. There have never been any changes. It's just that almost no outsiders have set foot here, so they know very little about it." Gu Changa put down his wine cup and smiled faintly. "It seems that I've worried too much." On the way here, he had already carefully sized up the absolute Yin sky of today. To be honest, although it contained a lot of absolute Yin Qi, it was far from what he expected. From a certain point of view, Gu Changa even felt that the absolute Yin sky was now drying up and could not really pose a threat to the upper realm at all. Previously, he asked the first Princess Jia Nan to get the absolute Yin origin for him. The other party refused in every way possible, and even delayed for a long time before finally giving him a little. At that time, Gu Changa suspected that some kind of drastic change had happened to the absolute Yin sky. The explanation that Jia Nan gave him was that there was internal strife in the absolute Yin royal court. She needed to quell the chaos. In any case, she could not spare the time to find the absolute Yin origin for him. However, judging from the situation today, it was not that Jia Nan did not have the time to find the absolute Yin origin. It was just that the absolute Yin origin had become extremely rare, and it was already very difficult to find it, let alone use it to make a deal with Gu Changa. If that's the case, this so-called ancestral worship should become extremely interesting. Gu Changa smiled meaningfully, and his gaze suddenly looked outside the hall, landing somewhere. On the way, he felt that a few eyes were spying on him, with some kind of examination and sizing up. However, he had other plans and did not want to alert the enemy, so he pretended not to know. Now, it seemed that there were a few big guys hiding in the absolute Yin sky. Chapter 709. The fog was heavy, and wisps of it shrouded the ground like ghosts that could never be removed. To the outside world, there was nothing special about the extremely mysterious absolute Yin day other than the lingering absolute Yin mist. In Gu Changa's opinion, at least the laws of heaven and earth here were not much different from those of the outside world. Palaces and towers were located, separated by mountains and rivers. The ground was full of traces of ancient battlefields, and it was a scene of devastation. Almost all the cultivators and living beings in the upper realm feared the Yin day. However, what they feared was not only the Yin mist, but also that strange and mysterious substance. After arriving at the Yin day, Gu Changa had a premonition. As long as he came into contact with the origin of the Yin day, he was confident that he could kill the entire upper realm. The Yin day origin was the most important thing in his plan. Greetings, young Master Changa. Jia Nan, who had arrived late, stepped into the palace and saw Gu Changa at the head of the table. She could not help but smile and cupped her hands. Princess Jia Nan, how have you been? Gu Changa looked up at her and nodded slightly. The Yin day is not like the outside world. I hope young Master Changa will not be offended if I have not received you well. Jia Nan smiled. There were many powerhouses behind her. Everyone's aura was extremely old. They had cultivated in the Yin day for many years and were at least paragons and boundary emperors in the outside world. Along with Canaan's arrival, practically everyone in the hall turned their gazes over. Before this, everyone knew that Gu Changa had the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. And this time he personally went to the Yin day of extinction to fulfill the promise he made to the eldest princess. The reincarnation platform was of great importance, and it affected the heartstrings of almost all Yin beings. After the eldest princess appears, she should be discussing the matter of forging the reincarnation platform with young Master Changa, right? Many ministers of the Yin day royal court guessed in their hearts. In order to forge the reincarnation platform, the Yin day royal court had waited for thousands of years, and most of the materials had been found. The only thing they lacked was someone who was proficient in controlling the path of reincarnation. Princess Canaan, you worry too much. Gu Changa waved his hand and smiled faintly when he heard this, and then he glanced at the experts behind Jia Nan. The foundation of absolute Yin sky was not here. They did not even have a single person who had achieved the Tao. However, the Ju Yin imperial court didn't need to be so cautious. After all, since ancient times, there had never been any records of a cultivator from the outside world stepping foot into this place. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble young Master Changa then. A smile appeared on Jia Nan's face when he heard those words. He then sat down next to Gu Changa, took the wine jug from Jia Luo's hand, and poured some wine for him. as the current ruler of the imperial court of Ju-in on the surface. Her actions showed that she had given Gu Changa enough respect. According to our agreement, I will help you build the reincarnation platform when the time comes. However, I hope you won't go back on your word about the things I need. Hearing this, Gu Changa glanced at her with interest and said, a slight unnaturalness flashed across Jia Nan's face. However, she quickly recovered and squeezed out a smile. Of course, back then, the two of us made a great Tao oath. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to go back on my words. She didn't know if Gu Changa saw anything. All along, only the ancient well in the deepest part of the clan could obtain the Enend origin source. However, now the 3 ancient wells of origin were on the verge of drying up. She didn't know how much Enend origin source was left. Gu Changa smiled faintly, but he didn't expose Jia Nan. In this world, no one dared to take advantage of him without risking anything. Now, he wanted to know what happened in the Ju-in sky. Why did it cause the Ju-in sky to dry up? Very soon, the welcoming banquet came to an end, and the dancers and the ministers all left. Only the royal family of the Ju-in imperial court and Gu Changa were left in the main hall. It was very quiet. Gu Changa didn't want to waste time, so he went straight to the point and asked Jia Nan to take him to the place where the reincarnation platform was being built. Young Master Changa, it's getting late. Why don't you rest for the night? Tomorrow, when everything is ready, I'll ask you to take action. However, when she heard Gu Changa's request, Jia Nan had a troubled expression. Do I have to wait until tomorrow? Gu Changa smiled in surprise. His tone was calm and indifferent, making people feel like they were bathed in the spring breeze. However, he wasn't surprised. There must be something hidden in the deepest part of the Ju-in imperial court. Otherwise, Jia Nan wouldn't be stalling like this. After all, wouldn't it be better for the Ju-in sky to build the reincarnation platform as soon as possible? Young Master Changa, you must be tired from the journey. The process of building the reincarnation platform consumes a lot of energy, so in order to prevent any accidents, I want to help young Master Changa when you're in peak condition. Jia Nan seemed to be afraid that Gu Changa would think too much and couldn't help but explain. Since that's the case, then I'll listen to eldest princess's arrangements. Gu Changa revealed a strange expression and smiled, but he didn't say anything. After all, his current identity was only a guest, since this master wanted him to wait for one more night. So what if he waited for one more night? He could go to the depths of the so-called Ju-in sky tonight to investigate. Little 9. At this moment, Jia Nan's gaze suddenly swept over with dignity. In the end, it landed on a young girl who was at the back of the group of Ju-in imperial court disciples. The young girl looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. She was petite and exquisite, and her skin was white and sparkling like snow porcelain. Her silver hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyes were slightly bloodshot. Her face was expressionless, giving off an extremely cold and unapproachable appearance. At this moment, when she heard Jia Nan call out to her, the young girl frowned slightly, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes as she looked over. Sister! She didn't respect Jia Nan as much as the other disciples of the imperial family, so she only asked in confusion. Young Master Changa has come from afar to build the reincarnation platform for my Ju-in imperial court. You're in charge of serving young Master Changa tonight. Jia Nan's expression didn't change as she looked at her meaningfully. Her words were unquestionable. Hearing this, the other disciples of the Ju-in imperial court couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. They seemed to be in disbelief. A few of the imperial daughters even revealed envious gazes at the silver-haired girl. Gu Changa also raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at Jia Nan with interest. Eldest princess, why do you have to be like this? Jia Nan shook her head slightly and looked at him. Young Master Changa has come from afar to solve the problem of my Ju-in sky. How can there be no one to serve him even when he's sleeping? If news of this spreads, wouldn't it damage the hospitality of my Jew in imperial court? Her explanation made the other imperial family disciples come to a realization and feel that what she said was very right. However, Gu Changa's smile suddenly became thought-provoking. He didn't say anything else and looked at the silver-haired girl who didn't seem to have reacted yet. Imperial sister, the silver-haired girl, seemed to be stunned by these words. The expression on her face suddenly became extremely shocked. After a while, she reacted and almost suspected that she had misheard. Although to the imperial daughters of the Ju In imperial court, this kind of opportunity to get close to Gu Changa was extremely rare, and it was too late to be envious and jealous. However, she was really an exception. She didn't want to get such an opportunity at all and only wanted to stay away. Little Nine, you don't even listen to your imperial sister? It's your honor to serve young Master Changa. How many people want it but can't? The silver-haired girl fell silent and didn't speak. Jia Nan looked at her with a slightly gloomy expression. There was an inexplicable meaning in her eyes, as if she was warning her. The silver-haired girl looked at Jia Nan's expression, and her tightly knitted brows could only relax. In the end, she sighed in her heart, knowing that she had no room to refuse. Although Jia Nan was her sister, it didn't mean that she could go against Jia Nan's will. However, with her understanding of her sister, why would she suddenly make such an arrangement and let her sister serve Gu Changa? Was there a deeper meaning to this? Yes, imperial sister. The silver-haired girl called Little Nine regained her previous expressionless face and nodded in response. Jia Nan nodded in relief and then cupped her hands to bid farewell to Gu Changa. She went to prepare for tomorrow's ancestral worship and the forging of the reincarnation platform. She knew that with Little Nine's intelligence, she would definitely understand her meaning. Before the reincarnation platform was completed, she definitely couldn't let Gu Changa know about the current state of Inju Sky. Otherwise, it would cause unimaginable, terrifying consequences. So before this, she had to find a reliable person to follow Gu Changa and know his movements. At the same time, it was also to prevent Gu Changa from finding the deepest part of the clan during this time. What's your name? After the silver-haired girl left the hall, Gu Changa, on the other hand, smiled with interest and casually greeted him. The silver-haired girl's face was still as serious as ever. Hearing this, she said in a very respectful tone, reporting to young Master Changa, "My name is Jia Jiaer." Until now, she had actually guessed her sister's intention. It was not for her to curry favor with Gu Changa. Instead, she placed her by Gu Changa's side and watched his movements to prevent unnecessary accidents. Among the many members of the royal family, she was the strongest. Jia Jiaer. Oh, then what's your relationship with Jia Nan? Gu Changa still looked interested. She's my sister, Jia Jiaer replied. Hearing this, Gu Changa didn't continue to ask. He had already guessed Jia Nan's intention. It was just that Jia Nan seemed to have overestimated her sister. Seeing that Gu Changa didn't continue to ask, Jia Jiaer was a little puzzled in her heart. Of course, she was more anxious and uneasy. If Gu Changa really wanted her to sleep with him, then could she refuse? What should she do? The palace was magnificent, located in the northwest of the imperial court of Juyin. This was the temporary residence that Jia Nan had specially arranged for Gu Changa. After arriving here, Gu Changa looked at Jiao, who was standing at the entrance of the palace with a struggling and anxious expression on her face. He suddenly waved his hand and smiled. I'm not that kind of delicate person who needs someone to serve me even when I sleep. You should go back. Tell your sister that I asked you to go back. Speaking of this, there was a flash of playfulness in his tone. However, hearing this, Jia Jiaer, who was still struggling, suddenly seemed to have reacted. Her originally serious little face also squeezed out a smile. She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I hope young Master Chang'e won't chase me away. If she was chased away, then wouldn't the arrangement of her royal sister Jianan fail? How would she explain it to her royal sister? Chapter 710. Although Jiajiu looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. But in terms of the lifespan of the Zhu Yin royal family, her real age had long exceeded 100 years. Therefore, Gu Chang'e did not treat her as an ordinary girl at all. Not to mention that she was a spy sent by Jianan. Since you don't want to leave, then guard the entrance of the palace tonight. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression became a little playful. Then, without waiting for Jiajiu's answer, he walked straight into the palace. Young Master Chang'e. Jiajiu saw Gu Chang'e's figure disappear, and she could no longer hide the anxiety on her face. She couldn't help but shout. Although she had been quiet since she was young, it didn't mean that she didn't know what was important. This time, the Yin Day of Zhu Yin encountered an unprecedented test. In the past, no matter how big the event was, the ancient ancestors wouldn't awaken. This time, the 6 ancient ancestors had all revived. As long as one wasn't stupid, one could guess that something big was going to happen in the Yin Day of Zhu Yin. Jianan had also emphasized the importance of the reincarnation platform more than once. At this time, if Gu Chang'e noticed something in advance, she would become the Yin Day of Zhu Yin. At that time, she would be a sinner of the entire Zhu Yin royal family, and even death would not be enough to redeem her. Now, she was very regretful in her heart. Why did she show her unwillingness to struggle just now? However, just as Jiajiu gritted her teeth and was about to step into the palace, a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the air, as if a demonic mountain was standing in front of her with a monstrous, murderous aura. Master has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb his rest. A tall and sturdy figure wearing a nether iron armor appeared and looked at her with cold eyes. Jiajiu's face turned pale, and cold sweat instantly flowed down from her forehead. She didn't dare to act rashly. She felt a terrifying divine sense shrouding her. If she dared to take a step forward, the burly figure in front of her would definitely mercilessly slap her and destroy her body and soul. This was a genuine Tao enlightened one. Even in the upper realm, where Tao enlightened ones frequently appeared, it was enough to be invincible and difficult to find an opponent. Yes. When Jiajiu saw this, she couldn't help but retreat with a trembling voice, not daring to provoke a supreme being who had achieved the Tao. She did not expect that when Gu Chang'e came to the Yin Day, he would actually have such a subordinate by his side. Moreover, this person was actually not afraid of the Yin-terminating aura in the Yin-terminating sky at all. Ada coldly stood at the entrance of the palace, watching Jiaji retreat step by step. His expression didn't change at all, as if he was looking at a lowly ant. Jiajiu's expression changed. There was fear, unwillingness, and regret. In the end, it was because she had pretended to be noble and virtuous. She had thought that she didn't need to bow and scrape like the other disciples of the royal family did when facing someone like Gu Chang'e. But in the end, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, she was no different from an ordinary ant. I hope there won't be any accidents tonight. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Jiajiu simply stood at the entrance of the palace. When the time came, she could only explain to her sister that it was Gu Chang'e who didn't want her to take half a step into the palace. She didn't dare to anger Gu Chang'e, fearing that she would bring about a fatal disaster. With Gu Chang'e's strength, if he wanted to leave the palace and go somewhere without her knowing, he wouldn't need to spend any effort at all. He did this because he wanted to give Jianan an explanation when the time came. In the palace, Gu Chang'e ignored the many changes in Jiajiu's expression. She was just a little girl. Did she really think that he would take her seriously? In the depths of the Yin-terminating royal court, there is always a wisp of gray fog lingering. He sat cross-legged on the bed, and waves of deep light spread out from between his eyebrows. A palace that seemed to be at the peak of reincarnation slowly appeared. The terrifying Tao laws intertwined, causing the void in front of him to begin to collapse. It was as if it could not contain the aura of the Soul Palace and was about to be crushed into ashes. Buzz! In the next moment, the door of the Soul Palace opened, and a small person who looked exactly like Gu Changa walked out. His eyes were deep and emotionless, as if he had annihilated all emotions in the world. The small person's eyes were cold and revealed a cold and terrifying aura. Even if someone who had attained the Tao saw it, they would be terrified and kneel on the ground. Go! Gu Changa looked at his primordial spirit and said faintly, Buzz! The small person's eyes were cold and emotionless. He lifted his foot and stepped forward, instantly tearing apart the space in front of him, and his figure quickly disappeared. In the depths of the terminating royal court, there was a deathly silent place, shrouded in fog. The world was gloomy and dark, and there was an ominous aura. All the light and laws here seemed to be broken, and there seemed to be an invisible substance in the middle that swallowed everything, leaving only eternal darkness and coldness. Every wisp of fog seemed to be extremely heavy, and it was unknown what kind of force blew it, but it lingered here without dissipating. After receiving for countless years, if there is really someone on the other end, why hasn't he come to us yet? An extremely rotten existence sat there cross-legged. His entire body looked tattered, as if he was pieced together by different living beings. He spoke with a calm and emotionless tone, and his emotions would not be affected by external things. Bring out the Tao platform and light a bonfire. This is the only thing we can do now. Another existence spoke. His eyes were cold and ancient, and as he moved, it was as if there were large stars rumbling and rotating, releasing a terrifying aura that made the surrounding laws about to explode. As the 6 ancient ancestors of the terminating sky, they had existed for too long. It could even be said that they came before the terminating sky. The origin of the terminating sky was extremely mysterious. When the disaster swept through the upper realm, no powerhouse could find any traces or records related to it. It came suddenly without any warning, as if it had floated down from a mysterious and unknown latitude, corroding the entire upper realm and thousands of ancient worlds. This was an unpredictable and terrifying power, and even those who had attained the Tao did not dare to touch it. The ancestral well is about to dry up. If we still can't find that place, I'm afraid we will also be silent forever. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord to do what he promised us. They spoke softly as they gazed into the depths of the clan's land. Their eyes were filled with worry as well as reluctance, but even more unwillingness and regret. The lifespan of all beings in the world would eventually come to an end, and even immortals were no exception. However, they relied on the 3 ancestral wells to survive one epoch after another, living for countless years. Even if it was difficult for them to improve their cultivation, it did not affect their immortality in the slightest. They had been waiting for an opportunity to transcend or break free from this shackle had been waiting since the birth of the end sky until now. Unfortunately, even when the 3 ancestral wells were about to dry up, they still didn't see the day Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign had predicted. Begging for fresh flower 0-inch, the reincarnation altar contains life and death Upanishad. It can reverse the remaining power of this world and help us ignite the last flame. If we still can't illuminate that place, then we can only choose eternal silence. The 6 great ancient ancestors spoke, their voices calm and without emotion. Now, even they were about to enter eternal slumber. So what if the entire heaven's burial ground collapsed? Once they were contaminated by a wisp of gray fog that leaked out of nowhere and accidentally entered a strange and unpredictable place. There, their souls and bodies experienced thousands of collapses and reunions, and they experienced the most terrifying torture in the world. Because of the uniqueness of that strange place, they did not die even under such circumstances and had always retained their consciousness and consciousness. It was also there that they found the three ancient wells, which were the three ancestral wells of the Een and Sky today. Perhaps all the orthodoxies in the upper world would never have thought that the calamity of the Een and Sky that everyone feared originated from the three ancient wells. Over the years, the 6 great ancient ancestors had tried every method to find that strange place again and enter it again, but there was no way at all. 0, that strange land, represented inauspiciousness and great terror. Back then, they had only entered the outermost layer by mistake and obtained a near-immortal life there, although they had to pay a heavy and unimaginable price for such an achievement. Why do I feel like someone is spying on us? At this moment, one of the ancient ancestors suddenly frowned and looked outside the clan's territory. He felt that there seemed to be a gaze there that was spying on this matter. To them, although they could not improve their cultivation base in the slightest over the years they had cultivated for a long time, it was simply unimaginable how vast the mind power that they had accumulated and honed was. Even if they were facing a true immortal, they were not afraid at all. "Who has come to our clan's territory? How dare you?" The other ancient ancestors also spoke, and their gazes became extremely deep. Someone's vast mind power swept over, as if the universe was pressing down, suppressing the Tao laws and causing them to explode. The entire clan's territory was cracking open, and the momentum was shocking as fog rushed into the sky. Their senses were very sharp, and they were almost certain that someone had appeared there just now. It could not be their illusion. However, he had already disappeared without a trace, as if he did not exist. It seems that young man surnamed Gu is a little restless after all. One of the ancient ancestors spoke with a cold and emotionless voice. "Since he's here, he must be suspicious of our Een-net Sky. The matter of forging the reincarnation platform is very important, so let him be for now. If the forging of the platform fails, it will be difficult for him to escape this place, and he will die with us. There's no need to care too much." The other ancient ancestors also slowly fell silent and did not continue to attack. In terms of cultivation base, they could only reach the peak of the Tao attainment at most, and were not even comparable to a remnant immortal. However, in the field of mind power and Tao laws, they were certain that even if all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were to attack together, no one would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Therefore, although Gu Changa's strength was terrifying, they did not care and were confident that they could easily suppress him. After all, there were 6 of them, and behind them were the 3 ancestral wells that could cleanse all corruption and obtain immortality. 2. Chapter 711. In the deepest part of the imperial court of Extreme Een, the fog was heavy, and strands of gray fog floated, casting a thick shadow. It was like a gloomy ghost world. It was difficult to bury the world here. The laws had collapsed, and it was dark. Other than that, no other colors could be seen. The 6 ancient ancestors of Extreme Een Sky guarded the 3 mysterious ancestral wells. They stood at the highest point of the clan and looked down coldly. It was as if they had existed since the beginning of time. They were cold and ancient, and their bodies were shrouded in gray fog. Their eyes were either cold, emotionless, or empty. They were all gray. Only on the arms that extended out of the fog could one see many traces of decay and livor mortis. All the living beings in Extreme Een Sky felt a sense of submission at this moment. They wanted to kneel down and worship the deepest part of the clan. The 6 ancient ancestors created the entire Extreme Een Sky, and at the same time they nurtured and created all the living beings of Extreme Een. In the past eras, even if absolute Een Heaven underwent some kind of great change, only one ancient ancestor would appear in this world. It was definitely the first time that all 6 ancient ancestors appeared together since the creation of Extreme Een Sky. Ordinary living beings of Extreme Een couldn't understand what this meant at all. Only those with pure bloodlines and higher cultivation could sense something from this. At this time, in a palace of Extreme Een royal court, Princess Jia Nan was frowning as she dealt with some matters. Suddenly, she sensed a huge commotion in the depths of the clan. She couldn't help but stand up and look in that direction. She was shocked and uneasy. Only a few people in the royal court know about the appearance of the ancient ancestors. Why did the 6 ancient ancestors appear together? What on earth has alarmed them? Jia Nan frowned and quickly put down the things in her hands. She turned into a divine rainbow and rushed in the direction of the clan. At the same time, she sent a message to the other experts of Extreme Een Royal Court, telling them to hurry over. Apart from the 6 ancient ancestors, there were still many ancient existences in Extreme Een Royal Court. Although their strength was far inferior to the 6 ancient ancestors, they were still true Daos and could oversee a region. Did something happen on Little Nine's side? Did Gu Changa sneak into the clan? Jia Nan felt uneasy, worried that Gu Changa would notice something at this moment. Soon, she passed through the layers of restrictions and stepped into a desolate land. Braving the thick and dispersing gray fog, he found the 6 ancient ancestors in the clan's territory. Ancient ancestor, what happened here? Jia Nan couldn't help but ask with a respectful expression. It's not a big deal. It should be that the junior surnamed Gu came all the way to the clan's territory. After being detected by us, he quickly retreated. An ancient ancestor glanced at her and said with a calm tone, "As expected, Gu Changa still can't hold himself back." Jia Nan's expression darkened slightly. She had already told Jiaju, or to keep a close eye on Gu Changa's movements, but in the end, Gu Changa still secretly infiltrated the clan's territory. He shouldn't have noticed anything. When he first snuck into this place, he was already detected by us. Another ancient ancestor said. He didn't think that Gu Changa could discover anything in such a short time. However, they didn't have the slightest evidence to prove that the abnormality they detected earlier was Gu Changa. Jia Nan also understood after hearing this. Gu Changa should have been detected by the 6 ancient ancestors as soon as he stepped into the clan's territory. After all, the 6 ancient ancestors had lived for countless years and had astonishing perception, especially with the clan's territory and the ancestral well behind them. In this place, they were almost immortal gods with vast and unimaginable power. They were omnipotent. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Then, Jia Nan let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't continue to disturb the 6 ancient ancestors and quietly retreated. In her opinion, since Gu Changa knew about the 6 ancient ancestors, he shouldn't dare to act recklessly in the next few days. In a way, this was also a great deterrent. So 6 old guys were hiding here, but this aura is too decaying. At this moment in the palace, Gu Changa also slowly got up. At the center of his eyebrows, a vast wave appeared. The tiny primordial spirit flew through the void and quickly disappeared. In fact, what he saw just now was a little beyond Gu Changa's expectations. He had long known that the Enend Chi in the Enend Heaven was declining. However, he didn't expect the Enend Chi to contain 6 old monsters who had been at death's door for who knew how long. The stench of decay and vicissitudes of life was like a corpse that had been rotting in a coffin for epochs. Of course, what surprised him the most was that these people's mental strength was extremely vast, far beyond the level of a Tao enlightened cultivator. The aura flowing in their bodies created the current Enend Heaven, or the so-called origin artifact that created everything. Gu Changa fell into deep thought. He had a feeling that there seemed to be someone scheming and calculating all of this. Why would the Enend Heaven do everything possible to create the reincarnation platform? Before coming to the Enend Heaven, Gu Changa had never thought of creating the reincarnation platform for it. He just wanted to take the Enend origin and leave. However, looking at the current situation, the reincarnation platform had to be created. Gu Changa wasn't worried that the Enend royal court would suddenly attack him. Before the reincarnation platform was completed, even if they had complaints in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Tonight was destined to be a restless night for the entire Enend Heaven. The 6 ancient ancestors appeared and stood in the depths of the clan. Their figures were incomparably large, and they were shrouded in endless gray fog. It made people tremble and couldn't help but want to kneel down. Apart from Jianan, no one knew what happened in the Enend heaven and why it alarmed the 6 ancient ancestors. Almost all of the En extreme creatures were greatly shocked by this, bowing down in that direction, many of them even more so becoming alarmed and uneasy. Why did the ancient ancestors wake up together? An extremely powerful Enend living being whispered. Jiajiu Er's heart also throbbed. She couldn't help but bow respectfully in the direction of the clan. Then she looked at the quiet palace. Ada was still standing there like a terrifying demonic mountain, exuding a coldness and killing intent that prevented people from getting close. She didn't dare to go forward. Even though she guessed that the 6 ancient ancestors were alarmed because of Guchanga, she didn't dare to verify it. The next day, in the huge square in the center of the Enend royal court, pieces of black crystals engraved with strange patterns and characters were piled up here. These black crystals were extremely neat. No one knew where they came from, and they were surrounded by a kind of faintly discernible death intent. Even the Enend living beings felt like their divine souls were frozen when they got close. On the other side, there were a large number of white crystals with strange patterns and words carved on them. Unlike the black crystals, these white crystals were full of vitality, and threads of vitality lingered around them. The square had been cleaned up. Apart from Jianan and the other Enend living beings couldn't get close. They couldn't even watch from afar. Are these the materials used to create the reincarnation platform? Life Stone and Death Stone? Guchanga appeared and walked over. Behind him was the silent Ada and the uneasy Jiajoer. These are the Life Stone and Death Stone our race has found over the countless years. It should be enough to create the reincarnation platform, Jianan replied. She looked at Jiajiu with a meaningful gaze, but Jiajiu only shook her head and avoided her gaze. Seeing this, Jianan knew that the matter of Jiajiu, keeping an eye on Guchanga last night, had definitely failed. She actually didn't have much hope for this. Life Stone and Death Stone are hard to find. Only the yellow spring that's related to En Deathland can have a chance to see them. I didn't expect the Enend royal court to have collected so many. Guchanga seemed to sigh as if he didn't know what had happened last night. After all, it's a big matter that involves the reincarnation platform. No matter how hard it is, our race will do everything to find it. Jianan smiled and replied. She wanted to tell Guchanga that the creation of the reincarnation platform was extremely important to the Enend sky. It was so important that they could give up everything. On the one hand, she was worried that Guchanga would do something to it. Even the other 6 ancient ancestors didn't know anything about the path of reincarnation. Since the materials are all here, let's begin. All right, I wonder if Princess Jianan has prepared the things I want. Guchanga smiled faintly. In the end, his tone changed as he looked at Jianan. Of course, this is what you want, young Master Changa. As for the remaining part, I will definitely give it to you after the reincarnation platform is completed. Jianan wasn't surprised when he heard this. He passed a black jar to Guchanga from the maid behind him. She knew that Guchanga was the kind of person who wouldn't act until he saw a rabbit. Although the current Enend sky was already drying up, the Enend origin was extremely precious. She could still take out part of it to appease Guchanga. Princess Jianan is a straightforward person. Guchanga was still smiling. He wasn't surprised. He just waved his hand and put away the black jar. He didn't even look at it, as if he didn't care how much Enend origin it contained. He won't dare to play any tricks, unless he doesn't want to leave the Enend sky. In the deepest part of the Enend sky, 6 cold and emotionless eyes were staring at Guchanga's every move. Their immortal will surged. In the next few days, this place was enveloped by a mysterious black and white color. Large amounts of divine fire burned and melted the living stones and dead stones, then formed with a certain order. Laws collapsed and time appeared. An unpredictable energy was flowing. In a trance, everyone saw a yellow spring that flowed endlessly, emerging from an unknown latitude, carrying an immeasurable amount of souls and corpses. There was a platform floating in the yellow spring. It was surrounded by black and white colors. Yin and yang were connected, and life and death were connected. This aura can't be wrong. 0, 2 really can't be wrong. It's really the reincarnation platform that the reincarnation ancient heavenly Lord said. It can reflect that place. At this moment, even the 6 ancient ancestors, who were as calm as the Dead Sea, couldn't help but be surprised. Joy and excitement flashed in their eyes. At the same time, in a mysterious and distant space, a Taoist who was sitting cross-legged in the void and shrouded in misty Tao Qi seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. This fluctuation, who lit up the coordinates. Oh, there it is. Looks like it's time to reap the harvest. His eyes were clear and bright, but they seemed to be incomparably turbid and vicissitudes of life. Sometimes they were cold and deep, without any emotion. In just an instant, his eyes seemed to have penetrated time and years, washing a certain era. But in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something. The Taoist, who looked like an ancient god, laughed coldly. Ignorant ants, you never had the slightest chance of winning this game. As he spoke, layers of ripples appeared in the void in front of him. Then an image appeared. It was an ancient and boundless world. Large universes collapsed one after another, and the laws and order were broken. Shouts shook the sky, and fighting spirit soared into the sky. Many supreme experts, whose blood and chi tore through the sky, let out desperate roars. They were fighting with an indescribable figure in an unknown dimension. Large numbers of figures collapsed, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Chapter 712. This battle was extremely tragic. The entire universe was collapsing, turning into an ancient battlefield. Large stars shattered into ashes one after another. In the surrounding broken star fields, too many corpses could be seen. Kill this monster. Kill. Don't let all the efforts of our predecessors go to waste. This is our last chance this time. Under this tattered sky, all the powerhouses and living beings were roaring angrily. Their bodies were burning, surrounded by light. They illuminated the entire sky, fighting against the figure standing in an unknown latitude. However, that figure was too huge. Its entire body seemed to be made of immortal gold, standing at the end of the world. The golden light was shining, and its face was blurry. Its facial features could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of cold and emotionless eyes could be seen, emitting a coldness that looked at all living things as if they were dogs. It looked very similar to a human, but it had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each head was different. They looked like dragons and phoenixes. Their 6 arms were long, and they held all kinds of heavenly weapons. They had long hair of all kinds of colors, which made one's heart tremble. With just a single sweep, the entire universe was collapsing, and shattering into pieces. Countless powerhouses roared as they exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, vanishing into thin air. Even so, there were still people who charged forward without a care for their lives. Even if they only caused a little damage to this terrifying monster, they did not hesitate. It was as if they only had the thought of destroying this terrifying monster in their hearts. This was a crazy and shocking scene. Kill. Too many experts were charging fearlessly at the terrifying monster, like moths to a flame. Then they exploded one after another in the void, along with their souls, vanishing into thin air. The terrifying monster seemed to be emotionless. Its 6 arms could tear this universe apart. Boom! In the next moment, it reached out and grabbed downward. Its sharp claws were like blades, easily cutting through all the rules and order. It grabbed the few people with the most powerful auras in this group of living beings, and then crushed them with a poof. Their bodies collapsed, and white bones were everywhere. A bloody mist drifted in the sky, accompanied by the rain of laws of shattering 17%, fluttering down. These few existences with the most powerful auras, even their weapons exploded. The gods among them let out a sorrowful cry and followed their master. Even Emperor Wushuang and Emperor Hengyu have fallen. Oh, I'll fight this monster to the death. Seeing this, the remaining living beings began to scream in fear. Their faces were full of despair. Some people couldn't take this huge blow. They screamed and fainted. This scene was too horrifying, making everyone tremble in fear. Their entire bodies were cold to the extreme, and they were stupefied in place. Even the invincible kings and emperors among them were crushed to death by this monster. Bloody mist exploded, filling the sky with scarlet. Everyone felt a sense of despair and helplessness. There was nothing they could do. It was as if all of this had always been a dream and was destined to happen. No matter what price they paid, it was impossible to stop all of this. Becoming an immortal has always been a scam. There is no such thing as an immortal in this world. There is only this monster behind the gate of immortality. Everyone who has stepped onto the path of immortality has been eaten by it. Everyone is its nourishment. When it is full, it will eat this world. Just like what is recorded in the ancient records, it is a world-destroying beast. It wants to destroy this world and then return to the cycle of reincarnation. An old man was lamenting. His eyes were bleeding, and his body exploded. It was extremely miserable. For countless years, they had been trying to solve the mystery of becoming an immortal. They wanted to enter the gate of immortality. For this, countless sages and seniors had paid a heavy price to find the gate of immortality. Unfortunately, no more information was sent out. It disappeared without a trace, like a small stone sinking into the sea. Even the ancient emperors and ancient emperors, who had been invincible since time immemorial, had never returned. Some said that they had become immortals and gone to another world. Some said that they were trapped in the gate of immortality, unable to return. However, the real situation was that on the other side of the gate of immortality was a broken universe, where an incomparably terrifying monster lived. For countless years, the powerhouses who had stepped onto that gate of immortality had all become food for that terrifying monster. They were devoured by it, and their corpses had almost filled that part of the universe. Countless latecomers understood all of this by deciphering the many clues left behind by those who had come before them. Becoming an immortal was just a scam. In other words, the gate of immortality that they had been bitterly searching for did not exist at all. For countless years, everyone had been deceived by this monumental lie. They had been searching for it one after another, but in the end, they had only become food for that terrifying monster. Who is the one who set up this big lie? Why did you lie to us for countless years and tell us that everything was a lie in the end? That the world is just a cage and that we are just food for a monster that someone raised here? Some people were angrily cursing the unfairness of the world. Their eyes were filled with tears and their bodies were trembling. They were in extreme despair. Even more people were roaring and charging over, wanting to fight that terrifying monster. However, as that figure's 6 arms fell, endless light and rule power exploded. The world was dark. Divine light rushed into the sky, and the rule power shattered. Countless shouts of killing were drowned out. The universe was collapsing. It was as if the stars in the sky were trembling and were about to fall. We have planned for so many years, and we have finally brought our troops here. Are we going to be wiped out today and become an illusion? I'm really unwilling. Why did it turn out like this in the end? Have you opened your eyes, heaven and earth? An emperor with a terrifying aura roared angrily. The emperor weapon in his hand released endless light, and boundless rule, power divine chains fell, protecting the army behind him. However, in the next moment, a halberd light slashed out from the terrifying monster's hand, and with a poof, it hit the emperor between his eyebrows. Immediately his head exploded, and his soul fire instantly dimmed and extinguished. The emperor weapon in his hand also let out a mournful cry, and then it shattered with a crack. In the world behind them, they were invincible emperors and emperors. They had once been invincible for an era, ruling the heavens above and the earth below. However, in the hands of this terrifying monster, they were as fragile as a piece of paper, easily torn apart. Many of them had hibernated for several eras, waiting for such a day. However, when this day really came, they realized in despair that they had no other choice. It turned out that everything was already destined. The gap was like a natural chasm, and they had no chance at all. Boom! A rain of blood fell from the sky, and wails filled the air. In this broken universe, the army that followed these emperors and emperors all exploded, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The devastated land was drowned by a sea of corpses, and the scene was incomparably terrifying. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. The terrifying monster's 3 heads turned slightly, and it let out an ancient divine sound. Those eyes were cold and emotionless, standing at the end of the world, as if they were specially waiting here. Then its 6 large hands stretched across this world and began to grab the corpses below and devour them, letting out chilling, chewing sounds. At the end of this broken universe was an extremely majestic door, surrounded by immortal intent, and it looked abnormally divine. However, this door was slowly closing, pushed by a supreme and vast power, and then it began to close. It was as if the 2 universes outside and inside the door were isolated and sealed. At this moment, in a distant and unknown latitude, the Taoist sitting cross-legged in the void shook his hand, and the scene in front of him was erased. The ancient Crimson Nether Realm. There was someone like the Crimson Nether Heavenly Lord in the past, but now he can't even deal with a Taoist body at the level of a remnant immortal. But becoming an immortal? How dare a bunch of ants dream of becoming immortals? Achieving my immortal king realm is the best place for all of you. He let out a cold laugh, and there was indifference in the depths of his eyes, not moved by the scene just now. Over the endless years, he had traveled the heavens and the myriad worlds. Similar arrangements could be found in countless vast and mysterious ancient worlds. Although those ancient worlds were far inferior to the upper realm, the foundation that they had accumulated since the creation of the world was not to be underestimated. If given enough time, it was not impossible for them to grow to a level that was close to the upper realm. Since the Forbidden Era, the real immortal realm and the upper realm were cut off. The immortal path collapsed, and the Tao principles were cracked. Even the great Tao had disappeared, and no one could become an immortal. Those ancient worlds that were far away from the upper realm did not know much about this, and still wanted to become an immortal through the immortal path. Therefore, this gave the Taoist a good opportunity to use the immortal path as bait to lure those powerful people from the ancient worlds to their graves. To me, this is the best opportunity to verify my status as an immortal king. When the real immortal path descends into the world, my thousands of clones will return to one, and I can touch the unreachable realm. The Taoist stood up, and there was an unconcealable ambition in his deep eyes. He was originally a figure from the immortal ancient era, and his peak cultivation had long surpassed the immortal realm. He even controlled the power of reincarnation, and even the most powerful people in the immortal realm could not do anything to him. However, the path of reincarnation was the most mysterious and vast, and it involved time. Even if he studied it for endless years, it was difficult for him to make much progress, not to mention becoming an immortal king through the path of reincarnation. Originally, he was already on the verge of despair, feeling like he would never be able to gain a foothold in that realm. However, he never expected that in the Forbidden Era, heaven and earth collapsed, and the long river of time buried that era, separating immortals and mortals forever. He unexpectedly encountered 6 strange creatures who were contaminated by an unknown gray fog, and whose primordial spirits and physical bodies had been reconstructed and reincarnated countless times. Those 6 creatures were clearly not powerful, but they had a type of undying and indestructible characteristic. From them, the Taoist learned about a place full of mysterious gray fog. That place contained the secrets of immortality. Meanwhile, those 6 creatures were only contaminated with a trace of aura, and it was enough to ensure that their primordial spirits and physical bodies were indestructible, existing with heaven and earth. Although that gray fog represented immortality and decay, and during this process, one would suffer unimaginable pain and torture. However, compared to immortality, what was this? Back then, not long after the laws of heaven and earth were severed, the Taoist's cultivation was weakened greatly, and it was difficult for him to return to his peak. That was why, when he knew that the 6 of them hid a great secret, he did not take action to interrogate them, and instead left behind many schemes for later investigation. At that time, the 6 of them also gave him a bowl of well water, saying that it was taken from that strange and mysterious place. It was also thanks to that bowl of well water that I understood the true meaning of life and death, understood the true Taoist techniques, and gave me a chance to touch the immortal king realm. I have a feeling that the true immortal sect will appear in this era, and the day when I reach the peak again is not far away. The Taoist's eyes were bright and deep, but at this moment they were cold and emotionless. He looked at a certain space in the distance and muttered softly, although his plans were spread all over the ancient universes. It did not mean that he could now unleash power that surpassed the immortal realm. In order to be able to hide behind the heavens, more quietly like a shadow, to avoid the exhaustion of his lifespan and the interference of 550 laws and order. He even did not hesitate to split the original Tao fruit into thousands of pieces, and use the existence of the Tao body to guard the various ancient worlds. Those ancient worlds were carefully selected by him to be his backyard, garden, and farm. After such a long time, those 6 fellows should still be alive. It seems that the coordinates left behind at that time are useful. A cold smile appeared on the Taoist's face. He tore open the universe in front of him with his bare hands, took a step, and quickly disappeared. The upper realm was extremely far from here. Even with his cultivation, it would not take long for him to rush over. However, the Taoist did not care. To him, what he lacked the most was time, because in the immortal ancient era he had a name, Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord. En Sky, at the center of the Imperial Courts Plaza. Rich black and white colors interweaved here. Large amounts of life and death stones collapsed and melted under Gu Changa's great power. Then it was reconstructed in a special order into the appearance of a Tao platform. Every inch and corner outlined mysterious and complex Tao patterns. Life and death revolved, and reincarnation alternated. Even an ordinary cultivator would be able to sense that this Tao platform was anything but simple. Wisps of reincarnation fell from the 4 corners of the Tao platform, enveloping it like a waterfall. A mysterious and unfathomable power quietly flowed on the Tao platform, making people feel reverence. They could not help but want to kneel down and comprehend the power of reincarnation. This aura can't be wrong. It is indeed the reincarnation Tao platform, although it is only in its embryonic form. In the depths of En and Imperial Court, the 6 great ancient ancestors stared fixedly at the Tao platform, their emotions fluctuating greatly. They had waited for this day for too long. According to the words left behind by the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord, as long as the reincarnation Tao platform was successfully constructed. Once the reincarnation Tao platform was created, the guiding fire would be ignited on it, and that mysterious place would be illuminated. Although they had mistakenly entered that place, they had long regarded themselves as creatures of that mysterious place and wanted to return there at all times. All these years, they had often used various methods to try to contact that place, wanting the existence there to guide them back. Now, Gu Changa had constructed the reincarnation Tao platform, causing great hope to rise in their hearts once again. Kacha! However, at this moment, a crisp, cracking sound suddenly came from the center of the plaza. The joy and hope on the faces of the 6 great ancestors suddenly froze, as if they were dumbfounded. The expressions of Jia Nan and the others also froze, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. Oh, why did it suddenly split open? Gu Changa, who was using his mind to connect with this Tao platform, seemed to have just noticed this scene. He could not help but raise his eyebrows and say in surprise, Chapter 713. Crack! Extremely fine and obvious cracks appeared on the samsara platform. They were incomparably clear. These cracks grew bigger and bigger, and quickly spread to the entire reincarnation platform. Dazzling golden light gushed out from within. Then, with a loud boom, it exploded into pieces. What? This scene caused the people of the Ju-In royal court to be stunned. The joyous expression on his face instantly disappeared. It shattered. Jia Nan's eyes widened as she looked at the cracks in disbelief. She wondered if she had seen wrongly. How is this possible? Why did the embryonic form of the reincarnation stage suddenly shatter and explode into a sky full of ashes? She wasn't the only one who couldn't believe it. Even the 6 ancient ancestors, who were watching everything from within the clan, found it difficult to maintain their calm. Their emotions were fluctuating greatly. If it weren't for the fact that they had too many misgivings, they would have personally come to investigate how the reincarnation platform shattered. Was this just an accident? Or was this Gu Changa's intention? If he's playing tricks, an ancient ancestor's expression was ugly, gloomy to the extreme. The other 5 ancient ancestors also had ugly expressions as they looked at Gu Changa unkindly. What went wrong? Why did it suddenly shatter? It seems that these life stones and death stones are going to be wasted, and we have to start over again. At this moment, Gu Changa also looked like she didn't know. She gently shook her head and said regretfully, judging from his expression, no one knew that he had said that on purpose. Or did the shattering of the reincarnation platform have nothing to do with him? Then we can only trouble young Master Changa again. Although Jia Nan really wanted to ask Gu Changa why the reincarnation altar had shattered, she didn't know what to do. But at this time, she took a deep breath to calm herself down and tried to keep her tone as calm as possible. In fact, she also suspected that Gu Changa did it on purpose. But why would Gu Changa do that? It's fine. It's just a pity for these life stones and death stones. Gu Changa shook his head as if he still felt that it was a pity. Jia Nan glanced deeply at him, nodded, and didn't speak any further. The 6 ancient ancestors didn't say anything, so she didn't dare to make the decision. As for the other Yin and life spirits, they didn't dare to say anything. However, their gazes were filled with worry. For the next few days, this place was once again shrouded in black and white. Gu Changa's eyes were calm, as if he had entered a meditative state. Using the same method as the first time, he once again condensed the life stone and the death stone and constructed a new reincarnation stage. The reason why the previous reincarnation platform had shattered was naturally because he had tampered with it. He just wanted to test the attitude of the 6 old monsters, but he didn't expect them to be so tolerant. From this aspect, Gu Changa could also see that the reincarnation stage was extremely important to them. This seems to be just a set of coordinates. It doesn't contain the profound meaning of the 9 underworlds reincarnation. Could it be that they want to bring someone here? Gu Changa was a little surprised. The muddy waters hidden in absolute Yin sky were definitely deeper than what he had seen now. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. After figuring this out, he glanced at the deepest part of absolute Yin sky and smiled faintly. Buzz! Very soon, around this square, wisps of reincarnation intent alternated. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter rotated. The 4 seasons of the year were rolling in the mortal world, and all kinds of life appeared. Compared to the first time when the reincarnation stage was created, this time the aura was even denser. Many of the living beings around him felt like they were going to enter the reincarnation cycle. In the end, the entire absolute Een sky was affected by this aura. A misty brilliance soared into the sky, illuminating the originally gloomy dome of the sky. The depths of the clan, which was originally shrouded in gray fog, were also affected by this aura. Everyone could see clearly that there were 6 terrifying and blurry figures standing there. As if they had already existed since the beginning of the world, they emitted a majestic and boundless aura that was enough to crush all rules. It's the 6 ancient ancestors. They have indeed revived. When many absolute Een living beings saw this scene, they couldn't help but kneel down in that direction. The 6 ancient ancestors didn't expect that Gu Changa would actually use the reincarnation stage to reflect their figures. But at this moment, they had nothing to hide. He just stood there quietly. His cold eyes fell on them, emitting a suffocating pressure. As the origin of absolute Een sky, it was because of them that the absolute Een living beings were born and built and created all of this. Without a doubt, they were the supreme gods in the hearts of all absolute Een living beings. Buzz. At this moment, under the illumination of the reincarnation aura, the surrounding void and rules became blurry. It was as if they couldn't bear their revived aura and were about to collapse. Junior Gu, did you deliberately reflect us? An ancient ancestor stepped out from the clan. His entire body was wrapped in gray fog, and his eyes fell on Gu Changa. His voice was cold and emotionless, and it was as vast as a bell that swept through the sky, shaking the universe. From the beginning to the end, they had no intention of showing themselves. Even that night, when Gu Changa went to the deepest part of the clan to spy and was detected by them, they didn't chase after him. But today, Gu Changa reflected them in front of all the absolute Een living beings, making them feel humiliated. At this time, if they didn't say anything, they would be looked down upon by Gu Changa. In front of the absolute Een tribe, they would lose all face. Boom! A terrifying pressure poured down like a heavenly river bursting a dam. The rules and order around them collapsed, and the void was destroyed. All light and energy were disappearing. Not good. The ancient ancestors are angry. All the absolute Een living beings trembled uneasily and knelt on the ground in fear. An aura akin to the might of the heavens pressed down on everyone's heads. The ancient ancestors are really angry. The situation is developing in a direction that is difficult to control. Jia Nan and the others' expressions changed and their scalps tightened. They felt like their hearts were being strangled, and they were about to suffocate. Since ancient times, the depths of the absolute Een sky had been deathly silent. It was rare for an ancient ancestor to appear, let alone an ancient ancestor who was angry. For all the living beings in the absolute Een sky, this was no different from a fantasy story. It was the first time in the ancient records. You can't hold it in anymore. But at this time, facing the anger of an ancient ancestor of the absolute Een sky, Gu Changa still had a calm expression on his face, and then he slowly moved his hand away from the prototype of the reincarnation platform, as if he wasn't surprised at all. Now that things had come to this, he did deliberately reflect all of them, and he planned to do it in front of all the absolute Een living beings. Didn't the 6 ancient ancestors like to watch all of this in the dark? Then Gu Changa wouldn't let them do as they wished, and he wanted them to know that the initiative was in his hands. When he first came to the absolute Een sky, he didn't know the foundation of this place, and he didn't know the intentions of these 6 old monsters, so he didn't choose to alert them. Now he already knew the importance of the reincarnation platform to the absolute Een sky, and the strength of these 6 old monsters. Gu Changa naturally didn't need to worry too much. Forget it. As long as you finish forging the reincarnation platform, we swear by the great Tao that we will never make things difficult for you. At this time, one of the 5 ancient ancestors seemed to have seen through Gu Changa's intentions, and his emotionless voice sounded. Hearing this, the ancient ancestor, who had already stepped out of the deepest part of the clan, also stopped. Before the reincarnation platform was completed, they didn't want to have too much conflict with Guchanga. This action just now was just to intimidate Guchanga, so that he wouldn't play any tricks. If they really wanted to make a move, there definitely wouldn't be only one ancient ancestor who stepped out of the deepest part of the clan. The other 4 ancient ancestors were still as cold as demonic mountains, standing at the end of the clan without saying a word, giving people a terrifying deterrent force that made it difficult to breathe. Make things difficult for me? But do you have the ability to do so? Hearing this, Guchanga still smiled faintly, as if he didn't care at all. He was extremely casual. When he said this, not only did the expressions of Jia, Nan, and the others change, all the surrounding absolute living beings were shocked to the extreme, and they felt their scalps go numb in disbelief. The ancient ancestors were the supreme existences who created the absolute sky, and they were almost like gods, who in this world dared to go against them. In their eyes, such an action could only be described as crazy and unbelievable. Junior with the surname Gu, are you provoking us? Hearing this, the ancient ancestor, who had just stepped out of the clan's territory, had a cold expression on his face. He really didn't expect Guchanga to mock and provoke them in front of all the absolute living beings. It was not as simple as not putting them in his eyes. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying gray fog flooded out from the deepest part of the clan like a wave. It covered the sky and earth, and it surged endlessly, as if it was going to swallow everything in this world. It had to be said that Guchanga's words had really angered them. In their long immortal lives, this was the first time someone dared to provoke them like this, especially when Guchanga was still a junior. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, and the ground cracked and the void collapsed. The depths of the absolute sky seemed to have fallen into eternal silence. All the absolute living beings trembled, and their divine souls were terrified, and they wanted to kneel on the ground. Today, I'll let you understand what fear is. The ancient ancestor's eyes were cold. He reached out a large hand covered in gray hair and grabbed at Guchanga. The other ancient ancestor who had just spoken also made a move at this moment. Chains of order as thick as mountains appeared behind him. Then they pierced through heaven and earth, tearing apart all Dao arts, and were going to pierce through Guchanga like arrows. They didn't want to kill him. This was just a show of strength to let Guchanga know who was the ruler of the absolute sky. After all, they still wanted to keep Guchanga to create the reincarnation platform for them, so they wouldn't kill him at this time. In the depths of the absolute sky that had been silent for eternity, the 6 ancient ancestors appeared together. 2 of them even spoke and said that they wanted to teach Guchanga a lesson. This scene shocked all the absolute living beings. After all, that was an ancient ancestor. He was the supreme existence who created and nurtured the entire absolute sky. He was immortal and existed with time. I want to say this to you. After all, the absolute sky is on the verge of drying up. I think you old guys won't live for long. Guchanga didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and directly exposed the truth that the 6 ancient ancestors wanted to hide. He wasn't talking nonsense. In the past few days, he had also found out the source of the absolute aura in the absolute sky. It was that mysterious land. The reason why these 6 old guys woke up from their long sleep was definitely because this matter had endangered their lives. That was why they valued it so much. While Guchanga was speaking, a hazy shadow of an ancient world appeared behind him. It contained an infinite amount of pressure and directly blocked all the attacks in front of it. What? Hearing Guchanga's words, many absolute living beings were shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. The ancient ancestors couldn't live for long? Junior, don't talk nonsense. We have existed since ancient times. Heaven and earth can't bury us. We exist with the long river of time. How can we grow old? The other ancient ancestors who hadn't moved in the clan's territory also had cold expressions at this moment. They didn't know how Gu Changa judged all of this. However, they wouldn't allow the secret deep in the clan's territory to be known by others. As long as the well water in the ancestral well didn't run out, they wouldn't die of old age. No matter how serious their injuries were, their lifespans were exhausted, or their bodies and souls were destroyed. As long as they were watered by the well water, they could be rebuilt and restored to their original state. This was what they relied on to become immortal. It seems that I was right. The origin of Heaven is indeed hidden in the clan's territory. It is also that thing that created you. Gu Changa's smile was somewhat meaningful. At this moment, he didn't hide his purpose of coming. Before coming to Heaven, he didn't have the intention to help create the reincarnation platform. Since there was the origin of Heaven, why would he give up what was near and seek what was far away? What do you mean? The ancient ancestor who had stepped out of the clan's territory frowned. He suddenly had a feeling that something was wrong. They seemed to have underestimated Gu Changa's courage and intentions. You have really aroused my interest. Now, I really want to know what is hidden in the depths of the clan's territory. Gu Changa said indifferently. The smile on his face disappeared. He directly walked forward, and a terrifying aura filled the air. The entire universe where the absolute sky was located rumbled, and the surrounding stars cracked. All the surrounding experts of Heaven couldn't withstand this aura. They coughed out blood and exploded. Is he going to attack the ancient ancestors? Jia Nan looked at this scene and was incomparably shocked. She couldn't believe it. Although she wasn't old, she had a deep understanding of the 6 ancient ancestors. She knew that they were truly immortal and indestructible. Gu Changa's strength was unfathomable and unimaginable. But facing the 6 ancient ancestors, even if he could defeat them, he would die of exhaustion in the end. This was an unchangeable fact. Junior, what do you want to do? The 6 ancient ancestors' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect that Gu Changa would really dare to attack them. Boom! In the clan's territory in the deepest part of Heaven, Gu Changa stretched out a hand to tear apart the gray fog in front of him. That place immediately collapsed. At this moment, Gu Changa didn't hide his aura at all. He stretched out his palm and chopped down. The surrounding Tao laws collapsed, and the rules were obliterated. Even the ground was torn apart. The gray fog disappeared into nothingness, causing all Heaven beings to be terrified to the extreme. Chapter 714. Boom! In the depths of absolute sky, gray fog filled the sky. The laws and order collapsed, and vast energy surged. I want to see what you 6 old ghosts are capable of. Gu Changa stepped forward and killed his way in. He was domineering and fierce, and his eyes were cold. He didn't care that this was the territory of absolute sky. He slapped his hand across the sky like a shocking wave, enough to drown everything. That place had been silent for thousands of years, and there was reddish-gray land everywhere. But now it had all collapsed and cracked open. A huge rift valley stretched across it, and it was as if the world was about to be pierced through. The gray fog was completely torn apart. The dark lightning seemed to have penetrated the universe, illuminating the deeper darkness there. No light could penetrate it. Junior, how dare you? Do you really think that you are invincible in the outside world and can still do whatever you want in our territory? Today, we will make you pay a huge price and let you understand that the world is far bigger than you can imagine. The expression of the ancient ancestor who stepped out of the territory of absolute sky was extremely cold. At the same time, he was extremely angry. In his opinion, Gu Changa's action of breaking into the depths of the territory was already a slap in the face in front of all the absolute tribe. As the ancient ancestor of absolute sky, how could they tolerate this? Suppress and take him down. Another ancient ancestor spoke. He was also cold and emotionless, and the killing intent in the depths of his eyes was difficult to hide. The 6 of them didn't attack together. No matter what, as the ancient ancestors of absolute Ain Sky, they didn't want to attack together to suppress a junior like Gu Changa at this time. Moreover, in their subconsciousness, Gu Changa wasn't strong enough to need the 6 of them to attack together. Boom! 3 of the ancient ancestors attacked, but they didn't use any profound and vast Tao laws. They just revealed their true bodies and wanted to walk out of the territory of the tribe. However, this universe seemed to be unable to withstand the aura they revealed and was about to collapse. Their cheekbones in particular were glowing brilliantly. Boundless spiritual power surged forth like a heavenly river that had burst its banks. Everyone was about to suffocate under this aura. Their bodies were about to explode, and their Tao arts were about to dissipate. So your spiritual power has already entered the mortal realm? Your physical body is rotten, but your spiritual power is extraordinary. It seems that this is the source of your confidence. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows as he felt a majestic spiritual aura pressing down on him from the clan's territory. In the next moment, a hazy radiance pervaded his body. A Tao diagram with black and white intertwined, like the yin-yang diagram, appeared. Boundless primordial chi spun, as if it could divide the chaos and evolve into primordial desolation. This was the Taishang Tao diagram that the Taishang Grotto Heaven had left behind when they were conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions. It contained supreme defensive power. This map was obtained by Gu Changa at the shore of the Boundary Monument. However, he rarely used it because there were very few cultivators who could threaten him. The mental strength of these 6 ancestors was enough to crush everyone in the upper realm. Even remnant immortals were far inferior. Gu Changa did not want to fail miserably, so he chose to be more cautious. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, he didn't want to reveal them to others unless he destroyed the entire Ain Sky. In addition, he had a feeling that there was someone watching every move of the Ain Sky. That reincarnation platform was clearly a coordinate left behind by someone. Perhaps this is a trap set up by the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. Bang! After returning to his senses, Gu Changa's expression became even colder. He stepped in and killed his way into the depths of the Ain Sky. The Taishang Tao diagram floated above his head, and his body was filled with 5-colored immortal light. As he punched, the surging power of blood seemed to be mixed with endless chaotic energy. Vast power surged and pierced through the sky. It was so powerful that it was a mess. "Junior, you will regret it," the ancestor who attacked first said coldly. His eyes were cold, and a terrifying beam of light shot out like a heavenly sword that could split the universe. At the same time, a vast amount of mental strength evolved at his cheekbones, as if it was opening up the chaos and an ancient world was about to appear. The sound of worship rang out, vast and boundless. 3,000 lifelike Buddhas appeared, as if they were condensed from laws. They were happy, sad, angry, and angry as they suppressed Gu Changa. However, under Gu Changa's punch, the vast chaotic chi and blood were abundant, crushing everything in front of him. Bang! The 3,000 Buddhas began to collapse, and terrifying cracks appeared. Then they all exploded with a crack and turned into ashes, turning void into reality, but it's still far from true reality. Gu Changa understood all of this, although in terms of aura, the 3,000 Buddhas had reached the level of Tao attainment. However, that was all he had. His physical body was as weak as a piece of paper. On the other side, another ancestor's killing move had also arrived. His body was shrouded in gray fog, and only a decaying but sharp claw that was like a heavenly blade reached out. It easily cut through all the laws in front of him and tore all matter, and was about to collide with Gu Changa's fist. Bang! However, in the next moment, there was a crisp sound of bones cracking and an unconcealable groan. This green claw was splashed with black blood, and white bone fragments splattered everywhere. It was directly smashed into a bloody mist by Gu Changa's punch and broke in the fog. When the other ancestors saw this scene, Their expressions changed, and they were no longer as calm as before. "We have underestimated you." Another ancestor appeared. They felt that Guchanga's strength was a little beyond their imagination. Guchanga said lightly, "I overestimated your ability." Such a level of physical strength was far from the strength of the Yama King that he subdued when he annihilated Hell. Soon, the most terrifying battle since the birth of Inju Sky erupted in front of the terrified eyes of all Inju beings. It was accompanied by a heart-trembling roar and a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Several blurry figures, shrouded in the fog, let out earth-shattering roars as if they were going to shatter this universe. A space barrier was torn apart, and large patches of Tao patterns were obliterated. The gray fog dispersed, and some terrifying scenes appeared in front of everyone. How is this possible? He's facing 3 ancient ancestors by himself. Even the experts of the Ju Yin royal family were trembling in fear. They wanted to kneel on the ground, unable to control themselves. Jianan, Jiazhou and the others were terrified to the extreme and couldn't control themselves. From their vision, they could see endless rules gushing out. 3 towering figures were fighting with Guchanga, and every move they made was accompanied by endless divine light and Tao laws. The boundless spiritual power evaporated everything in the surroundings. Even the void was melted, turning into nothingness. This kind of great battle was too horrifying and terrifying. The surrounding small and desolate worlds all exploded. Guchanga was too strong. Sword light filled his body, and endless immortal light appeared. It didn't seem like the 3 ancestors were fighting him. On the contrary, he was still calm and relaxed while suppressing the 3 ancestors. "If we don't do something, I'm afraid there will be an accident." The 3 ancestors who hadn't made a move all this time looked more solemn at this time. They didn't expect that the 3 ancestors wouldn't be able to take down Guchanga even if they joined forces. Instead, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. The black-white Tao diagram was really mysterious and strange. It had evolved into the beginning of yin and yang and could neutralize many attacks. Guchanga stood there, surrounded by endless silver divine light. It could evaporate all the attacks coming at him, including the mental power. It was as if nothing could hurt him, just as the other 3 ancestors were about to make a move. A terrifying light of the Tao suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was like a heavenly blade formed by the laws. It shone brightly and tore through the sky, shaking the river of time, and slashed at the head of one of the ancestors. All of this was too fast, and there were no signs. It suddenly appeared out of thin air. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere, and a rotten head with all kinds of livor mortis spots was instantly thrown away. What was left of his body shattered into pieces, exploding into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The ancestor is dead. How is this possible? Seeing this sudden scene, all the Yin beings widened their eyes in horror and felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't believe it. Many people stood rooted to the ground, as if they had been struck dumb. How could the undying and indestructible ancient ancestor have his head cut off by someone today? Even his body exploded into a bloody mist. The other ancestors of Inju Sky also didn't expect Guchanga to suddenly use such a method, and their expressions changed. However, they didn't show too much worry, as if they weren't worried that their companions would die. There's something wrong with that gourd. It can destroy our souls in one strike. We have to be careful. Although we are immortal, it would be ridiculous if our bodies were destroyed because of such a small trick. An ancestor stared at the immortal slaying gourd in Guchanga's hand. The other 4 ancestors nodded. After knowing Guchanga's method, they didn't look down on him as they did at the beginning. After all, every time their bodies were rebuilt, it was a painful torture for them. Their bodies and souls had to be rebuilt and rebuilt. Although they were already used to such pain, they still didn't want to experience it again. The origin has been scattered, and the soul has been obliterated. Even the traces have been eliminated. He's still not dead after his body and soul are destroyed. Guchanga, paid attention to the expressions of the remaining 5 ancestors. He was even more interested in the secrets hidden in the depths of the clan's territory. He didn't wait for the 5 to attack together. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. This attack was even more terrifying. The torrential divine fire burned, illuminating the 3,000 great worlds and directly burning all the gray mist in the surroundings. The depths of the clan's territory, which was already extremely blurry, became even more barren. Everyone saw the dilapidation and loneliness there. The ground had collapsed and was full of cracks. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was fragmented. Boom! This time, the battle was even more tragic. The 5 ancestors attacked together. Although they weren't true immortals, their mental power was terrifying. Even immortals wouldn't dare to face the attacks they created. However, Guchanga used the most high Dao diagram to protect himself. The great yin and great yang circulated, and life and death intertwined, evolving the universe, chaos. It was unfathomable and vast, and it could dissolve all attacks. This made the 5 ancestors extremely gloomy. They couldn't hurt Guchanga. They weren't sure if Guchanga still had many tricks up his sleeve and hadn't shown his true strength, because Guchanga's expression looked too relaxed. They even began to wonder if they had been decaying for too long. The level of the most high Dao diagram itself isn't as simple as an ordinary Dao attainment artifact or immortal artifact. Guchanga indeed hadn't shown his true strength. It wasn't difficult for him to destroy the 6 ancestors, but the secret of resurrection was difficult to see through. Soon there was another explosion. Bloody mist filled the sky. With a poof, an ancestor exploded. He wasn't beheaded by the immortal slaying gourd, but was forcibly blown up by Guchanga. His body and soul were destroyed. This scene caused the other 4 ancient ancestors to feel fear. Whether Guchanga was fighting the 3 of them or the 5 of them, he was calm and composed. There wasn't much difference. Moreover, he still had the time to kill the others. All the interminating beings were shocked, speechless by all this. Their scalps were numb, and they felt cold all over. Buzz! Just as this ancestor's body and soul were destroyed, a hazy radiance suddenly gushed out from the depths of the interminating sky. It was like a mist from an unknown place. It was heavy and majestic, and it suppressed everyone's mind and made them tremble. It was almost suffocating. That place suddenly became incomparably dark, and then 3 hazy ancient wells appeared. They were resplendent and seemed to reflect the world. There was a strange black substance floating at the mouth of the wells. The ancestor that Guchanga had killed with the immortal sling gourd was now sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the well. His body was extremely blurry, and wisps of black substance seeped into his body, helping him to reconstruct his body. This scene shocked all the interminating beings. They didn't dare to imagine. Is this the ancestral well? The secret of the ancient ancestors' eternal life is in the ancestral well. Some interminating beings opened their eyes wide and muttered to themselves. This was the first time they witnessed the ancient ancestors reconstructing their bodies. So this is the reason why the ancient ancestors are eternal. No matter how many times they are destroyed, they can be reconstructed in the ancestral well. Jia Nan also stared at all this and discovered the secret that the ancient ancestors had been hiding all this time. If Guchanga hadn't dispersed the fog around the interminating sky, they probably wouldn't have been able to see the scene clearly for the rest of their lives. It's actually 3 wells? Is this the ancestral artifact of the interminating sky? Guchanga's gaze also landed there. He felt a very familiar aura. He knew that it was the smell of the interminating origin. Boom! However, at this moment, the incomplete reincarnation platform at the center of the interminating royal court suddenly trembled violently. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the reincarnation platform started to disintegrate on its own. Mysterious runes appeared one after another. They soared into the sky and illuminated the void. An incomparably mysterious and profound path appeared in a distant place under the illumination of those runes.